right pad, and thanks for choosing this facility. This is a message to all commanders. Please reduce your speed while maneuvering your ship inside the docking bay. Services at this starport are constantly being updated. Remember to visit every time you pass through the system. We would like to remind all commanders to avoid blocking access to docking pads during arrival and departure. This is an important announcement. Security surveillance in effect at this facility at all times. Acts of aggression will be met with an appropriate response.
Released. Ship departure confirmed. Launch successful. Bon voyage.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1, engage.
Juliet Uniform November. Please approach the station at a safe speed and be mindful of other pilots in the area. Request denied. Decrease distance to 7.5 kilometers. successful landing on docking bay 3-2. Automated docking approved. You may now hand over control.
Landing gear deployed.
Touchdown confirmed. Dispatching ground crew. Welcome to our starboard, Commander. We extend a warm welcome to new arrivals at this facility and wish a safe journey to all departures. disengaged. Departure authorized. The no-fire zone. Flight control out.
Frameshift drive charging. Four, three, two, one, engage.
You are welcome to approach, Commander. Request accepted.
Landing gear deployed.
Docking complete. Ship at dock. Welcome, Commander. Release confirmed. Ship departure confirmed.
drive charging. Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging.
Juliet Uniform November. Federal flight control is now online. Follow sanctioned docking procedures within port confines. Okay, Commander. Make your way to landing pad number 02. You are go for automated docking. Enjoy the ride, Commander.
Landing gear deployed.
Docking confirmed. Dispatching ground crew. Good to have you, Commander.
Frameshift drive charging. 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 Four, three, two, one,
Welcome, Commander. Follow standard flight protocols around this carrier. Attention. This carrier has scheduled a hyperspace jump. Please conclude any remaining business in this system prior to departure. Docking request accepted. A landing pad has been assigned to you, Commander. Request accepted.
Landing gear deployed. Landing gear retracted.
Ship release confirmed. Move clear of the landing pad. We have departed the no-fire zone. Bon voyage.
Orbital flight engaged.
Juliet, Uniform, November. Federal Flight Control requires that you request docking permission before approaching. Access granted. Proceed to landing pad 07. Assisted docking initiated. Docking completed. Disembark when ready.
at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Landing coupler disengaged. You are clear to leave the port.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. under attack.
I have more serious things than answer on such a question. I will answer on more serious question if I can. Yeah, so please, about security guarantees and about just ceasefire. We can't just speak about ceasefire and speak and speak. It will not work. Just ceasefire will not never work because I'm like a president. I have this experience, and not only me. Ukraine before my presidency, from the 2014, Putin broken 25 times. 25 times he broken his own signature. 25 times he broken ceasefire.
But he never broke to me. He never broke to me.
No, you were the president. You were the president during.
He never broke to me.
In 2016, you've been the president, Mr. President. You've been the president, but he had.
He wasn't a president until 2017, right? I mean, because I'm just saying.
Of course, not with you, but he had during those periods. He had conversations with our side.
Yeah, I mean, technically,
and we
right.
had Normandy format, you know, the France, Germany, Ukraine, and Russia, and he broken 25 times. That's why we will never accept just ceasefire. It will not work without security guarantees. Security guarantees, maybe President is right about this document and other, but this document is not enough. Strong army is enough because his soldiers afraid, Putin's soldiers afraid of our soldiers when we're strong enough. If we are not strong enough, if we are empty, if our storage is empty, we can't defend our land. Today, you know, he knows that we have all the world knows that we have meeting. Yes, why he's using ballistic? Putin today using ballistic on our hospitals, schools, and etc. Ballistic. So he knows that we are here, and that President Trump is really have goodwill to stop this war. And you hear now the president. So why he's using? So he doesn't want to stop. He doesn't want. But I hope that we will do it. Really, we'll do it. Security. When we speak about security guarantees, when the Europeans are ready for contingents, they need USA backstop. If there will not be United States, we will not never have any contingents, strong contingents from the Europeans, because they don't want to divide alliance, connection between the United States and the main and strongest ally and Europeans. And this is crucial, this is important. That's what we want to speak about very much. This is very important. And air defense. So, air defense, really, we have big deficit with all these systems, and we need to provide this. We need it very much. Otherwise, Putin will never stop, and will go further and further. He doesn't want. He hates us, you know? It's not about me. He hates Ukrainians. He thinks that we are not a nation. He thinks, and he shared these thoughts, I think maybe with your team also, I don't know. But with all the Europeans, in media, officially and not, he always said that there is no such country, such nation, such language, and such life like Ukrainian. No, he really doesn't respect all the Ukrainians, and he wants.
I haven't never seen an interview with Putin. Is that true? Is that true or not? I'm not sure.
Destroy us. And you are right, Mr. President. That's 2%. This document, maybe other documents. It's a very good start, very good, but it will not enough to stop this person.
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
I think that, I mean, Zelensky makes a really good point. I mean, if Putin already violated agreements 25 times, I mean, yeah, at least 3 times. Yeah, and Trump is saying, well, not while I was the president, which is like, okay, great. But, like, you're not always going to be the president, right? I mean, unless, you know, we have that thing happen. But, basically, like, yeah, mixed chat response? No, that's fine. If people want to disagree about this, it's fine. I don't have an issue with people disagreeing or whatever.
Mr. President, under these
Should Russia pay to rebuild Ukraine?
They have to pay. This is the rule. This is the rule of the war. This is the rule of the war. During all the centuries, all the history, this is the rule of the war. Who began, those pay. This is the rule. Putin began this war. He has to pay all money for innovation. He has to pay. Of course, some Russian assets, what we have in Europe, about 300 billions, we can use them. We can use for innovation and buy military support from the United States also. We can do it, but it's not enough.
Is underway.
It's not enough.
Do you envision a trilateral summit with Putin and President Zelensky?
Wait, 1 second.
I asked this question that you didn't like because I wanted to know if you want to position yourself in the middle between Russia and
Yes.
Ukraine or on the Ukraine side.
No, I'm in the middle. I want to solve this thing. I'm for both. I want to get it solved. And it's wonderful to speak badly about somebody else, but I want to get it solved. If we can solve it, great. If we can't solve it, they're going to have to fight it out, and who knows what's going to happen. But I want to see it get solved.
May I follow up? One more question about U.S. troops.
Yeah, I just don't see how this gets solved without capitulating to Putin. I don't. And like, it's very clear that Biden couldn't solve it because it wasn't solved and he was president for like 2 years while it was happening, right? So like, I don't know what to do, right? I don't know what you could possibly do for this. They have to compromise? Yeah, I feel like they have to as well.
Europe. After Russian invasion of Ukraine, your predecessor sent additional troops to Eastern Europe, including Poland, my country.
Yeah.
Are you committed to keeping these troops on the eastern flank of NATO in the future?
I'm very committed to Poland. I think Poland has really stepped up and done a great job for NATO. They, as you know, they paid more than they had to. They are one of the finest groups of people I've ever known. I'm very committed to Poland.
What about Baltics?
Poland's in a tough neighborhood, you know.
What about the Baltics?
The Baltics, they got a lot of, it's a tough neighborhood too. But we're committed. We're going to be very committed, and we're committed to NATO. But NATO has to step up, and the Europeans have to step up more than they have. And I want to see them equalize because they are in for far less than we're in, and they should be at least equal.
I've heard that before.
You understand that? Why is the United States, we have an ocean in between. Why is the United States in for so much more money and other things as Europe? With that being said, and as you said, they've also been obviously very helpful. But we have put in far more than they have. And I think they should equalize.
Mr. President,
Please, go ahead.
About the agreement again today, what changed between the first time that Secretary Bessent gave President Zelensky the agreement and today for the signing?
We made a deal. So
What was the deciding factor?
I'm a business person. We made a deal. That's what changed. I didn't think we were going to make a deal, and we ended up making the deal. So that changed.
Mr. President, what and how do you envision a trilateral summit with President Zelensky and?
I don't know, but well, they don't like each other. I can tell you that. They do not like each other. It's not a love match. And it's unfortunate. That's why you're in this situation.
Yeah, I could have guessed
The
that.
United States should not have allowed this to happen. Okay? The United States, run by a man that didn't know much, I'm going to be very nice, run by an incompetent person, very incompetent person, should never have allowed this to happen. I've stopped wars. I've stopped many wars. My people will tell you, I stopped wars that nobody ever heard about. I stopped wars before they ever started. You can look at some of, I could give you a lot of nations that would tell you right now they were probably going to war. I could tell you right now there's a nation thinking about going to war on something that nobody in this room has ever even heard about. Two smaller nations, but big, still big. And I think I've stopped it. But this should have never happened.
Sorry, just a second. about any negotiations. First of all, I want really to tell you, and I think that everybody understands that Ukraine, modern Ukrainians, nobody wants to stop this war. But at the future, any negotiations, it's understandable that two sides of the war, not Russia and the United States, because this is not the war between Russia and the United States. This is war of Russia against Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So these two sides will be at the anyway will be at the negotiation table. Then of course United States, like the strongest partner of the Ukraine, and of course Europe. I think Europe is very important. I want to speak about it with the president. Yes, Europe is very important for us because we really defend Europe for today. All Europeans really recognize that we are defending the line, and they have real life, and our people are dying. That's why they helped us. And also, it's about the NATO. Yes, between, like the president said, you have big, nice ocean. Yes, between us. But if we will not stay, Russia will go further to Baltics and to Poland, by the way. But first to the Baltics. It's understandable for them because they've been in the USSR. You know, they've been one of the republics of the USSR.
That's I think that's the big thing that a lot of people are worried about, right? Because I think it's obvious the reason why. It's because of fucking Hitler in World War II. So like they're worried that like if they appease Putin, that he's just going to do it again and again and again and again, right? So like that's the concern.
And Putin wants to bring them back to his empire. It's a fact. And when he will go there, if we will not stay, you will fight. Your American soldiers, it doesn't matter, do you have ocean or not, your soldiers will fight.
Mr. President, would you be willing to visit Ukraine, maybe Kyiv or Odessa, which is going to be at the riviera of Black Sea?
It was my question.
I'm sorry.
I don't want to talk about Odessa now. Let's not talk about Odessa. I want to talk about making a deal, getting peace. We don't have to talk about Odessa, but a lot of cities have been destroyed. A lot of cities that are not recognizable. There's not a building standing.
No,
and a lot of things
Mr. President, you have to come and to look. No. We have very good cities. Yes, a lot of things were destroyed, but mostly cities alive. And people work and children go to school. Sometimes very different, sometimes closer to front line. Children have to go to underground schools or online. But we live. Ukraine is fighting and Ukraine lives. This is very important. And maybe it's Putin is sharing this information that he destroyed us. No, he lost 700,000 people. 700,000 soldiers he lost everything. Yes. So,
Mr. President, one more.
Please, go ahead.
When did you last meet with President Putin? And what did he say that...
A couple of days ago.
And what did he tell you that gave you the assurance that he wanted peace?
Well, that's what I do. My whole life is deals. I know pretty good. And I mean,
I'm a mind reader, and my psychic abilities tell me that the reason why he was able to reach an agreement with Putin is because he probably was okay with Putin maintaining or like keeping some of the land. That's what my psychic sense tells me. Now, I could be wrong.
I've known him for a long time. I've dealt with him for a long time. He had to suffer through the Russia hoax. You know, Russia was a hoax. It was all Biden. It was nothing to do with him.
Yeah.
So he had to suffer through that. He was able to do that. I think that he wants to make a deal, and he'd like to see it end. That's all I do. That's what I do. My whole life, that's what I do is make deals. And I'm in the middle of a mess because this is a real mess. It's a very dangerous one. If this doesn't get solved now, it's not going to get solved for a long time. So I hope we're going to get it solved. In the back, please.
Somebody says Russia started the war, Russia's losing the war. What kind of sense does it make if they win something from this? It makes sense because they have nuclear weapons. And we can't force them and stop them to do it. That's the reason why. So do we. Okay, well, like, so which one's better, right? Ukraine gives up some land, or we have a nuclear holocaust? We all know what the answer is. That's just the truth.
Successful. Good luck, Commander.
It shouldn't be, but it is. That's how I see it. I hope... Now, maybe somebody else has insight that I haven't thought of, but man, it looks bad. And again, like, this is coming from somebody, like, I'm very pro-Ukraine. Like, I'm not against them at all. Like, I've been positive towards them the entire time. But I can't see how you can look at this any other way. Am I crazy?
This country is going to arrest people for memes and crimes, and even more words than just pressure.
Here we go.
Americans to censor Americans on its behalf. How can he be a reliable, trustworthy partner when he says things that are demonstrably false?
Well, we actually spoke to him about that yesterday, and we thought they took it very, very much too far. JD was very strong on it. So was I. So was Marco. And we've been speaking to him about it. Marco, would you like to say something about it?
We have concerns, obviously, with the conduct of those, particularly as it impacts Americans. And there's real concern that American speech, which is online.
No, he's completely fucking right. Like, I don't want to have our companies censored globally because of some bullshit EU thought crime law. It's ridiculous.
Could fall into the hands of the British or any country's
fucking pathetic.
And so this is a point the Vice President made in Munich, and I think
why?
It's very...
Because you want the actual real truth of why I really believe that? I have very few principles in life, but free speech is one of them. I think it is a core Western principle that dates all the way back to ancient Greece. I think it is the foundation of discourse. It's the foundation of democracy, and it's the foundation of the free marketplace of ideas. And if you don't have that, you don't have anything. And so I view this as, like, if you take away people's freedom of speech, you are taking away their freedom, like, you're putting their mind in a cage, effectively. Like, I view this as the paramount personal, right.
A compelling one that what unites us with Europe, as much as anything else, is these shared values, and one of them being free speech. And so if Americans are threatened by it, we're going to need to take action.
Completely agree. Yeah.
It's actually a very important question.
We spoke about this in detail with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary, and others at lunch yesterday, and I know that Secretary of Commerce Lutnick followed up in private meetings last night. This is really important. We believe Americans have the right to speak their mind, even if we in this room disagree with them. They have the right to speak their mind in the public square, which is often online these days. And we're going to defend that right as it pertains to American companies and American citizens vigorously if we have to. I do think that under the President's leadership, we're going to find common ground with our friends in the UK on this question, but it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country, and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Yeah, like, I basically, what the First Amendment carves out as free speech is exactly what my opinion on what free speech should be. Pretty much that's it, right? Like, that's what my opinion on it is. I'm not a free speech absolutist. I think that calling for violence and calling for things like that are obviously bad, and that's different. Same as defamation. But in a general sense, that's the way I feel. How do you validate that it's an American citizen and not a bot with VPN? Well, I have no idea.
On the deal, is there any other oil and gas component to the deal? Is it all critical?
A little bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal? Or is that on...
So it's about to pop off, right?
We don't need that.
Some of those minerals are in the...
just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
That's a new call, not the one that you...
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
All right.
How was the latest call? What did you discuss? How did it go?
Are you serious with that question?
I am.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the mineral deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest?
Well, we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about. So we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian
They'll be
forces?
protected. The agreement will protect them. The agreement. We're signing an agreement.
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in response?
I just told you I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people may wonder why.
They ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me these ridiculous questions. Focus on surviving, because CNN's got such low ratings. I don't think they're going to survive. Let's go. Please go.
I already mentioned Poland. Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as the most powerful country, richest country in the world.
About it too much, but a little bit. I think it. Let's go. Please go.
I already mentioned Poland. Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as the most powerful country, richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland, and they are worried that you align yourself too much. What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, "Hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?" It doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned.
He's unfortunately right about this. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how that isn't true.
With Putin, I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America, and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the mineral deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are...
But it remains to be seen. The principle that will guide us is we believe in free speech in this country and we'll fight for it for American citizens.
Yeah, like I basically what the First Amendment carves out as free speech is exactly what my opinion on what free speech should be. Pretty much that's it, right? Like that's what my opinion on it is. I'm not a free speech absolutist. I think that calling for violence and calling for things like that are obviously bad, and that's different. Same as defamation. But in a general sense, that's the way I feel. How do you validate that it's an American citizen and not a bot with VPN? Well, I have no idea.
On the deal, is there any other oil and gas deal involved?
A little bit. We'll see.
On LNG?
But we're not really looking for that so much. We got a lot. We have more than anybody in the world, by far. So no, we're not talking about it too much, but a little bit. I think it affects also, but for the most part, no.
And sir, is there any agreement from Ukraine to purchase U.S. LNG as part of the deal? Or is that LNG?
So it's about to pop off, right?
We don't need that.
Some of those minerals are in the
ask you about you just mentioned that you'd spoken to Vladimir Putin a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
That's a new call, not the one that you...
I've spoken to him on numerous occasions.
All right.
How was the latest call? What did you discuss? How did you...
Are you serious with that question?
I am. I'd love to know.
It went well. I think we're going to have a deal.
On the mineral deal, Mr. President, some of those minerals are in the east of Ukraine, not far from the front lines and in areas that Russia has occupied. Will you direct President Putin to withdraw his forces from those areas if there's U.S. interest?
Well, we'll take a look at the time. We have a lot of area. It's a very big area we're talking about, so we'll take a look. I'll study that and I'll see.
And who would protect those minerals minerals if they are U.S. interests? Would that be Ukrainian
They'll be
forces?
protected. The agreement will protect them.
US
The agreement, yeah, we're signing an agreement. You know?
Right, but what if Russia tries to invade or there's Russian aggression in response?
I just told you, I don't think that's going to happen. And if that were going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal. If I thought that was going to happen, I wouldn't make a deal.
Some people they wonder why.
You know, they ought to focus on CNN on survival, not asking me these ridiculous questions. Focus on surviving, because CNN's got such low ratings, I don't think they're going to survive. Let's go. Please, go.
This is already mentioned Poland. Poland was under Russian control for decades after the Second World War. When I was a kid, I looked at the United States not only as a most richest country in the world, the country that has great music, great movies, great muscle cars, but also as a force for good. And now I'm talking with my friends in Poland. They are worried that you align yourself too much with Putin. What's your message for them?
Gudamaya, Juliet, Uniform, November. This is Federal Flight Control. Please request docking permission before landing.
You want me to say
Access approved.
really
Make your
terrible
way
things
to
about
landing
Putin
pad
and then say,
07.
hi Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal?
Automated
It
docking
doesn't work that way. I'm not allowed.
He's unfortunately right about this. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how that isn't true.
Aligned with Putin? I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred.
Landing gear deployed.
Let me guess, this is the beginning of the crash out? It's about to go down. All right, here we go.
And I understand that, but I can tell you the other side is exactly in love with, you know.
Docking completed. Disembark when ready.
I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way, so that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
Hey, I want to respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Here we... Oh boy, right? Yep, oh boy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea.
Yeah.
So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and
2014.
Yeah. So
I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, yeah, the situation the same. The people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him. Me, like a new president, in 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed with him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broke this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy.
I think that's a great point. I do. I'll be real, like it is, because how do you reason with a person that, and the problem, Zach doesn't know how this ends, does he? Well, I feel like this is the, Zelensky isn't signing anything. Oh no, I did see what the end of it is, right? I woke up and I saw the beginning of it and everything.
Ship released. Climb to escape altitude.
Yeah, I mean, how do you reason with a person who keeps lying to you? Zelensky doesn't want peace? Well, what Zelensky is saying is that last time that they went for peace, they didn't get peace either. So he's saying that, like, there's two outcomes. There's, we keep the land and, like, we keep fighting against this, or we don't keep the land and then we have to fight against it anyway. That's, like, from his perspective, I think that's what's going on. I could be wrong.
That's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the
here we go.
American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring it into this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you see what problems we have?
I have been to. I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean.
Which is, to be fair, that is accurate. And we have had recruitment problems with our military as well.
Please resume on-ship navigation. Be careful out there.
Don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You
God bless. You will not have war.
Don't.
Let me listen.
But you have nice ocean, and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
You
God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's exactly what we're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having cards.
Right. It's true that he doesn't have the cards, and that is, well, he doesn't have leverage, right?
Now you don't have, you're playing cards. You're playing cards. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's back to you. Far more than a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said thank you once? No, in this entire meeting, have you said thank you? You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that if you will speak very loudly about the war, you can...
He's not speaking loudly. He's not speaking loudly. Your country's in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a minute. No. You've done a lot of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not winning. You're not winning this. You have a damn good chance of coming out okay because of us.
Mr. President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone. And we are saying, I said thanks
you haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet.
You haven't been alone.
In this cabinet.
We gave this stupid president $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military equipment. If you didn't have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3 days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days. This is something
Maybe
new.
less.
2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this. I tell you.
Just say thank you.
I said a lot of
Except that there, except that
I think JD's being an asshole.
Except that there are disagreements, and let's go.
He's being needlessly aggro.
Those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on. I think it's very important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the cards. You're buried there. Your people are dying. You're running low on soldiers. Listen, you're running low on soldiers. It would be a damn good thing. And then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go, and I want this. Look, if you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you'd take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you could get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't with me. That wasn't with me. That was with a guy named Biden who was not a smart person.
I wonder, as I said at the beginning, right? I wonder how many of the conversations actually are like this behind closed doors. Because I bet a lot of them are. Yeah, all of them? Yeah, I really do. I wonder. 99%, yeah. This is the backstage pass. Exactly. But yeah, I'm actually curious.
That was with Obama.
It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful.
Sheets of paper?
Because let me tell you, you don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards. It's going to be a tough deal to make because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks this fire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do we do now? I understand that conversation.
What are you saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
Well, what if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they break?
I also hate hypotheticals, but if Zelensky's telling the truth, it really isn't a hypothetical, it's a pattern. You know, like, I feel like this is a pretty, in general, like, I think hypotheticals are bad, and they're, like, generally just ways to frame a question to make somebody look good or bad. But I feel like this is kind of a pattern of behavior.
I don't know, they broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through
Here's the problem, though, right? And, like, this is the issue that I wish Trump would look at it this way, too, is that, like, when Trump retires and, like, after, what is it, 2028, right? And Trump's 2029, technically, he won't be the president anymore. Putin will probably still be the president. And maybe somebody else in Russia will be the president instead, and they'll probably be like Putin. That's what I would assume, right? And so he can't, like, even in his best case scenario, it's a 4-year pause. And, like, if you're a Ukrainian, do you really think that that's like, so you're giving up more of your country for a best case scenario of a 4-year pause? You see what I'm saying? You can't trust Putin, though? Well, I'm like, time to prepare? Do you think they're going to prepare to fight Russia in 4 years? It's not going to happen. Save lives, bro? No, I think that what makes this interesting is the fact that there aren't any right answers. I don't think that there's a right answer for this. And, like, for example, like, well, there's a, so that's not entirely true. There's a morally right answer, but that right moral answer, I don't think is on the table. So, like, because you just assume that's not going to happen, you're basically like deciding, like, pick your poison, right? Which problem are you going to try to have? So you give up? Pathetic? Well, I don't know about that. Is it giving up or not? Right, but what's the alternative? Well, I mean, I think that there's a few alternatives, right? We can keep fighting against Russia through proxy. We can try to negotiate it and have Russia get something so Putin can pull out of the war. I personally think that Putin doesn't want the war in Ukraine to keep going because I think that it personally makes him look bad. I don't know about you guys, but I thought that Russia was going to roll Ukraine over in 2 weeks, and Ukraine fought back in a massively heroic way, and I didn't expect that at all. And I think that even back home, despite the propaganda and everything, I think that it probably does make Putin not look very good, that he hasn't immediately won this war and been able to overtake Ukraine and stop them. I think it probably lost him a lot of confidence with the Russian people. And now I'm just, again, I am making this up, by the way. I'm totally making this up. But that's just what I think is going to happen, right? I don't understand every nuance of this, but I understand people. And I think this is the way that people would behave, and this is the way that people would think. And because of that, I think Putin wants to get out of it as well, because he knows it's probably to some degree a losing proposition, because he's been losing. And and by losing, well, actually it's not losing, he hasn't been winning, right? And it's taken a bunch of his fucking money, it's made him look bad, but he can't pull out of it without getting something, because then that makes him look even worse. So I think there's a massive optics problem with that as well. That's at least how I see it. Economy's bad too.
Taking damage. Warning, hull breach attack. Taking internal damage.
Russia is definitely not losing. They're not winning either. And I think that's enough. He lost 100%. Imagine losing your most power on one single invasion of Ukraine. Do you know that Ukraine gave up their nukes in exchange for security assurances? Here's the thing, is that's the entire problem, isn't it? It's that, so what Zelensky's saying is that if we capitulate and we get a negotiation with Putin, even if what Trump is saying is true, that Putin won't violate that agreement while Trump is president, Trump won't always be president. So it's just going to happen again, even if Trump is right. And that's the best case scenario. And so no, he won't. We don't know. We don't know. But what we do know is that it's happened a bunch of times before then. So then what's the alternative? Again, that's what I think makes this very interesting. Because there is no option that's not bad. Does that make sense? There are no good options. There are just different shades of bad and different things that you're going to bet on. That's what I think. Okay, but what is Zelensky's ultimate point in saying that? That we should fight a forever war that potentially ends up nuclear? I think that's a great argument. That's true. And you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Do you capitulate to a person who's broken multiple agreements in the past, or do you continue to escalate things with a nuclear superpower? I don't think there's really a W here. I'm sorry to say.
A lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam. And he had to go through that. And he did go through it. We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom. It was disgusting. And then they said, oh, the laptop from hell was made by Russia. The 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam. And he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if he can make a deal.
Yeah, I just, like, I see what Trump is saying, but I just think it's a short-sighted perspective. I do. Like, I think it's just short-sighted. Because even if he's right, Ukraine is still fucked. Like, basically, the after effects of Crimea are one of the reasons why this is happening, right? Like, it's all happening in the context of that, and that happened before Trump was even talking about running for president. So, like, this is going to be an ongoing thing for, like, probably decades. At least 10 years, I would say.
I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right. We'll see what we can do about putting it.
Yeah.
Docking accomplished. Ship has docked. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
Guys, come on.
Damn. Russia was crazy. Wow. Oh God. Yeah. Wow. Let me see this. What is this here? Where's my money? Let's. Jesus Christ. Man, bro. Again, you know, when I said the content president, I meant it. It's not all good content, but it sure as hell is content.
We will speak with President Zelensky in just a moment right here on set.
Oh, wow.
But first, to set the table and give context to today's Oval Office meeting, senior White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich joins us live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Jackie.
Good evening, Brett. No deal, no joint news conference, even though that meeting began warmly. The president wanted the minerals deal signed as back pay for previous U.S. support, while the peace talks continue with discussions for post-war security guarantees to come later, emphasizing the need for diplomacy with Russia. Zelensky warned not to trust Putin, again demanding security, and the world watched as it unraveled.
Not even a handshake. Ukrainian President Zelensky's delegation piling into an SUV outside the West Wing after President Trump told him to leave the White House grounds. White House officials say the Ukrainians begged to reset as Secretary of State Marco Rubio and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz delivered the news. The president posting online, Zelensky disrespected the United States of America in its cherished Oval Office. He can come back when he is ready for peace.
Your people are very brave, but you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty.
The talks went off the rails. The Ukrainian ambassador visibly distressed, head in hand, as Zelensky again voiced the need for security guarantees, which were not part of the minerals deal.
The U.S. viewing its stake in
Ukraine's development as a guarantee of its own.
I met with Zelensky this morning. I urged him to stay on message, be grateful, be thankful. We'll talk about details of security guarantees later. Keep it upbeat, keep it positive. It's absolute, utter disaster.
Vice President Vance took offense to a history lesson from Zelensky that Russia has violated past peace agreements without security guarantees.
He broken this ceasefire. He killed our people.
You have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president.
Move into Ukraine that you say what problems we have.
I have been to. I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know that what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour.
Democrats siding with Zelensky.
This is the Trump Vance clown show, and it's horrifying.
Maybe you leave J.D. Vance outside of the room.
I didn't see our Secretary of State should have been involved, in this conversation. I voted for him.
Trump holding the line, giving the lunch meant for Zelensky to staff.
He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
Zelensky posted on social media thanks to President Trump, thanks to Congress, and to the American people. But that answer to Vice President Vance's demand was not enough to reset today. The president, now headed to Mar-a-Lago, said Zelensky won't accept an immediate ceasefire. Meantime, Ukrainian lawmakers are alarmed that Putin is laughing, and Russia did try to watch this closely today. A Russian state media reporter snuck into the Oval Office before getting kicked out.
Oh.
Brett.
Jackie Heinrich, live on the North Lawn. Jackie, thank you. We are pleased to welcome back to Special Report Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
That's the guy.
Mr. President, thank you for the time today, especially on this day, to continue to do this interview. President Trump said after your meeting that you disrespected him and the Vice President and all of America in the Oval Office. Do you think you did? And do you think you owe an apology to President Trump?
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation for this dialogue, and good evening to all your country, to all Americans. I'm very thankful to Americans for all your support. You did a lot. I'm thankful to President Trump and to Congress bipartisan support. And I was always very thankful from all our people. You helped us a lot from the very beginning during 3 years of full-scale invasion. You helped us to survive. Anyway, we are strategic partners. And even in such tough dialogue, and I think we have to be very honest. And we have to be very direct to understand each other, because it's very, for us, very necessary to President Trump. And I'm with all respect that he wants to finish this war, but nobody wants to finish more than we, because we in Ukraine, we are in this war, we are in this battle, and battle for freedom for our lives. So I'm just telling that I think that we have to be on the same side, and I hope that the president on our side together with us, and that is very important to stop Putin. And I heard from President Trump a lot of times that
he's not going to do
he
that.
will stop the war, and I hope he will, and we need to pressure him with Europe, with all the partners. And I think this dialogue had to be a little bit earlier to understand where we are. Like, I don't remember exactly, but like President Reagan said, that peace is not just an absent the war. Yes, we are speaking about just and lasting peace, about freedom, about justice, about human rights. And that's why I said that I think so, that ceasefire, and Putin, he broken 25 times ceasefire during all these years, 10 years.
So I'm not hearing from you, Mr. President, a thought that you owe the president an apology.
No, I respect President, and I respect American people, and I think that we have to be very open and very honest, and I'm not sure that we did something bad. I think maybe sometimes some things we have to discuss out of media, with all respect to democracy and to a free media, but there are things where we have to understand the position of Ukraine and Ukrainians, and I think that is the most important thing. Yes, we are partners. We are very close partners. We have to be fair. We have to be very free.
I'm told that you were told multiple times from lawmakers on Capitol Hill and the White House to make today about the minerals deal and the economic deal, and then get it signed and let negotiations play out over security guarantees step by step. Is that true?
I said that we have to sign this document, and we are ready for this. And this will be the first step to security guarantees, but it's not enough. I think so. Maybe I don't know something. I don't know some details. That's why I wanted to share it with the president, my thoughts.
Nothing to apologize. I didn't say he should,
because he has a plan how to stop Putin. And maybe, as I said, maybe it's out of big conversations, but we have to share it. This is so sensitive. You know, just a ceasefire without security guarantees. This is so sensitive for our people. I'm speaking like a president of a people who are in this struggle 3 years, and they just want to hear that America on our side and that America will stay with us, not with Russia, with us. That's it. But I'm sure that it will be. This is the first step to security guarantees. Europeans, we don't need to lose them. They are good allies for the United States. The United States is the most or the biggest donator of support and of peace. But we don't need to lose Europe, and they also want to know next steps. We have to be very open to understand how to stop the war.
Right. But do you think the public spat in the Oval Office in front of the media served Ukrainians well today?
I think this kind of spat is I mean, this this is not good for both sides anyway, and I very open, but I can't.
I wish they do it more.
Our Ukrainian attitude to Russia, and I don't want they kill us for us. You know, this is very, very clear that Americans are the best of our friends, Europeans are the best of our friends, and Putin with Russian, their enemies. And it doesn't mean that we don't want peace. We just want to recognize the reality, the real situation.
President Trump is convinced
he's not going to do that.
You will never sign a deal with Vladimir Putin. Is he right?
It's not going to work.
No, I think so. What I think, Ukraine wants peace, and we will have anyway diplomacy. We will have negotiations. I only said that I think so. It's about just and lasting peace. It means that we have to be very strong at the table of negotiations. And at these negotiations, Ukraine and Russia, like sides of this war, have to be, and the United States and Europe. That's what I said. So we are ready for peace, but we have to be in strong position. What does it mean? Just to know that our army is strong, that our partners with us, and that we have security guarantees. Am I not right?
Leaving the White House today, President Trump said this.
He's looking to go on and fight. He wants to come back right now. I can't do that.
What do you make of that? Do you want to continue fighting? Do you want peace? And if he had the opportunity to go back to the White House right now, would you do it?
No. First of all, we want peace. That's why I'm in the United States. That's why I visited President Trump. And thanks for the invitation again. The deal on minerals is the first step to security guarantees. It's meant for the peace, closer to peace. That's why I'm here. And we have tough situation. To understand it is to be in Ukraine. You saw it, Brad. You was once. Thank you again. So I think that's very important to understand what's going on. But I respect my soldiers and our people, our civilians who work and support our warriors. I can't say just stop. Nobody will stop because everybody afraid that Putin will come back tomorrow. We want just and lasting peace. It's true. We want security guarantees. We raised this topic about NATO the quickest way, but not all the countries are on this side. I said, okay, if not NATO, nobody is pushing. If not NATO, let's build NATO in Ukraine. That's my position. Europeans are ready to have contingents on our territory, boots on the ground. United States thinks maybe to help, maybe USA backstop. Have to be just to guarantee that they are with the Europeans. Look at Europe, it's strong. It became stronger, but they also want to have allies like the United States. That's what I said. I just want to understand what the peace. It's not my question, Brad. This is the question from all our people.
You mentioned when I traveled to the front lines with you last year to see the situation, to mark the anniversary of the war, and this is what you told me back then.
Will Ukrainians survive without Congress support? Of course, but not all of us. It will be tragedy for all of us, not only for Ukraine, not only for Ukrainians, for all Europe.
You lost weight.
Yeah.
So the question today is, can Ukraine win this war or hold off Russia without continued U.S. support?
It will be difficult for us. That's why I'm here. That's why we speak about the future negotiations. It will be difficult without your support, but we can't lose our values. Our people can't lose our freedom. So a lot of people, Russians came to our territory, you know it. Russians came to our houses, and everybody saw it, video, images, a lot of things. They killed so many people. Just to forget it, just to say that Putin is a great guy? No, without us. We don't want it. That's why we speak about, you know, everybody remembered how it was the first days of the war, how they came. Nobody wants in Ukraine, yes, of course, nobody will forget it, but nobody wants to have, again, new wave of occupation. That's why when we say, no NATO, what security guarantees can we have? I'm not pushing, we are not pressuring, we're just asking, we're just sharing very clear messages to our friends, to Americans. Right. If you stay with us, thank you so much, but let's do the infrastructure of security guarantees. Let's just share with our people, that America stay with us. That's great, we count on it, but just to share it and to say it, that's all.
How does the war end? How do you get to a deal?
That's a great
You're
question.
At a place right now where there is no deal. How do you get it back on track?
I think that Europe is ready for contingents and to help us with financing of big army, such big as we have now. This is our army, is the part of security guarantees. Now we want to find the place for our biggest strategic partner, for the United States, or United States will propose where and how United States will give us security guarantees, what kind of and what part of volume of security guarantees. And when we will be ready with this, we will come to diplomacy. To diplomacy, yes, with Russians, Europeans, United States, and we. Four of us, I think this is real way, because with weapon, it's too long, it's not enough. We don't have enough weapon to push them out, and we don't see now, for now, we don't see really big volume of new support from the United States, but with all respect again. So for today, we'll be ready with security guarantee. Really, when I say NATO, it's not about that we are focusing on this word. It's about very understandable infrastructure of security guarantees. And you see that no NATO countries for today, no NATO countries been under attacks.
Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, he has been a big proponent of you and of Ukraine, said this today after the meeting.
Yeah, we saw this earlier.
I've never been more proud of the president. I was very proud of J.D. Vance, standing up for our country.
What do y'all think so far?
What I saw in the Oval Office was disrespectful.
What do y'all think?
And I don't know if we can ever do business with Zelensky again. He either needs to resign and send somebody over that we can do business with, or he needs to change.
So he says you need to consider resigning. Is that on the table?
I don't know if he will be happy after my words. This decision can do only people of Ukraine.
You're not going to step down to do a peace deal?
No, I was always ready. I'm not sure that is a good idea for this such proposals. But anyway, I always said if United States will support NATO, so I think that it's enough for Ukraine. So I think I did all I had to do. And if somebody is not happy with me, okay. But between us, yes, Americans vote for American president. Each European country vote for their president, and
he's right.
Only Ukraine. With all respect to Lindsey, if I can say Lindsey, we know each other. Yes,
he's right.
Only Ukrainians.
Yeah,
Democrats.
That's Ukraine's decision.
Their president.
Democrats have had the opposite reaction to the Oval Office meeting. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut posted this: "What just happened in the Oval Office was a planned ambush designed to help a brutal Russian dictator and hurt America's security. Trump has become Putin's lapdog, and America's global power is hemorrhaging as America sides with dictators over democracy. What an embarrassment."
Oh, geez.
Do you think the confrontation in the Oval Office today was pre-planned, like Senator Murphy suggests?
I don't know.
You don't know? You think maybe?
I don't know. No. I don't. I mean, this. I don't know about it. I think no. I think it was just a really tough situation because we've been very open, very direct.
What set you off? What made you mad? Because they said your tenor and tone set that.
It's not about mad. It's not, Brad. You see, how to say? When you are in the United States, and for example, president or vice president or somebody or senators, doesn't matter, big politicians, yes, when they, for example, say that Ukraine is almost destroyed, that our soldiers run away, that they are not heroes, that Ukraine lost millions of civilians, that his president is dictator, you know? What is the reaction? It's not about me. The reaction is that where is our friendship between Ukraine and the United States? That's it. This is filling, and that's why I do not want to lose our great partners at the United States. And I just said that it's not the first time. I said it by phone, and we had some other conversations, and we had in Munich meetings, and I said, please, be correct. Just, I want to be very polite. I mean this, be correct with this number. When you say about the number, each person is important. When you say about 1 million of losses, we don't have any million of losses. Just, when you speak about the territories, maybe some territories and etc., it's not just territory, it's houses, it's people's lives. You know, their fathers, mother, their relatives, grandfather, they died or this. I mean this during this war. Nobody wants to forgive Putin. It's not funny, you know, or fairy tale. This is real life. That's what I said. And when you said it, a lot of times to my big friends who've been here today in our dialogue, and then they again begin to repeat the same things, I think it's not. I mean this. That's why I said it's not good way between partners, good partners and friends. That's it. And I think that if journalists asking questions to president, with all respect to vice president, I mean this, he has his interview.
Mr.
This
President,
is our dialogue.
Shouldn't this dynamic, if you're going to be like this, be behind closed doors, not?
Of course. And
so do you regret that? Are you regretting that happened today?
Regretting? Yes, I think it was not good. I think it was not good because we had a lot of different dialogues. I'm always open to media, but there are very sensitive things. I just want to be honest, and I just want our partners to understand the situation correctly, and I want to understand everything correctly. That's about us. Not to lose our friendship.
A couple more things. What are the next steps in your mind? Here we are today. What are the next steps?
I think so. United States wanted this deal very much.
Yeah, the mineral
we've been
deal.
not against this deal, but we wanted to understand what parts security guarantees will take this deal and what next steps. Just again to understand for our people. During the war, what you don't like, even sometimes hate, surprises. It's understandable. Many terrible things this war brought to us. So we don't want any surprises. Yes, that's why we want to be very fair with our partners. And I think this deal, it was prepared by teams. It was not simple during weeks. And now it's ready. I think that they have to sign. The countries have to sign. The ministers have to sign. That's it. I don't know when they will do it. It depends on the American side.
So
exactly.
the minerals deal did not have security guarantees listed in it.
It's a part.
The security guarantees?
This is the part in the infrastructure.
Yeah, that's what they care about the most,
because,
obviously.
for example, President Trump shared that. I think so that if we will be there in some productions and etc. in mineral, that Putin will never come on this territory where we are.
Yeah, exactly.
And I said to him, don't trust Putin.
Nope.
Why? I said, because it's not, I mean this, we respect and we believe in strongness of the United States, but I said to him that we had more than 20 companies, American companies, big companies on the territory of Ukraine. And we had offices, even on temporary occupied territories. For Putin, it doesn't matter. It's American or European company or Ukraine, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He just came and occupied it. That's what I said. I think this is a great idea, how to strengthen Ukraine and how to make business between two countries, how to make additional jobs for two countries. But it's not just this will not save us.
I read what the Democratic senator said, that
So
Trump has become Putin's lapdog. Do you agree with that President Trump is too close to Vladimir Putin in your mind?
He's trying to agitate.
We spoke about it, and I think today very openly President Trump, he said that I want to be in the middle, otherwise I will not put these guys at the table.
And is he right?
I want really, I want to be very honest, I want really him to be more at our side.
Yeah, obviously.
I will explain why. Because it's not just that the war began somewhere between our countries. The war began when Russia brought this war to our country, and they're not right. And they are not right. They didn't respect our territorial integrity. They brought the war on our territory to our families. Sorry for repeating, to our houses. And they're not right. And of course, all the Ukrainians want to hear strong position of the United States on our side. From one side, it's understandable. From another side, he wants to find some way of dialogue with Putin. But he always said, as I remember, he always said that peace through strength. And that's why I think that he's strong, United States strong, two parties together in this question, two parties always together against Russia. You're very strong to do strong steps against Putin.
Americans are worried about where the money has gone.
Yeah.
Will there be a very rigorous accounting of where the
Elon
money
Musk
has
said
gone?
that there was going to be.
It seems like
they were going to
there
audit
is some
it.
question
He
about
said that earlier
whether it's
today on
corruption or sold military equipment.
No, it can't be so. 100 billions we've got during 3 years.
183 from the U.S.
Now, on the paper, in the documents, yes, but we have, in fact, because 67 came like a weapon. It came through the border. It's checked and it's fixed by everybody, and we shared it not once with the American side. And 31.5, it was direct financial support to the budget. Again, it's very open. It's digitalized. It's open, free, and please, if somebody wants to check it again, we are very, very open with this.
Last thing, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Do you think your relationship with Donald Trump, President Trump, after today, can be salvaged?
Yeah, of course.
Can be. Yes, of course, because it's relations more than two presidents.
Sure.
It's the historical relations, strong relations between our people. And that's why I always began with to thank your people from our people. And this is the most important. And of course, thankful to President and of course to Congress, but first of all to your people. Your people help to save our people. People, the first. Human rights, the first. This is very, very important. And we are thankful.
That's
and
right.
sorry for this. I mean, we wanted very much to have only strong relations, and I very count that we will have it.
Mr. President, we're honored that you kept this interview. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
When we come back, we'll bring in our panel for analysis after this.
I think that was a great interview. I do. I think that was
Christy Nome, the United States Secretary of Home.
That was a great interview. And I think honestly, like after listening to Zelensky, I feel like the only reason why like more people aren't on his side, one of the big reasons is the language barrier. I think that it can be kind of hard to understand what he's saying, and like the emotion behind what he's saying sometimes is lost. And I think it's actually like a massive debuff. I didn't really notice it because that's why I didn't really put in a lot of commentary and talk during it, is because I was just trying to understand what he was trying to say, right? It's mostly language. Yeah, it is. It is mostly language. So yeah, I need a translator. So retards can't understand logic, basically. Well, I think that communicating is more than logic, right? But I would say this was a very good interview. I think they did a great job with this. It was much better than what I had expected. Hassan called Blazing a terrorist again, this time the worst. What is this?
Hi again, everyone. I'm back with a little update for you guys regarding Hassan. First of all, I want to thank everyone for watching the content nuke and enjoying it. And I'm glad to see that a lot of people have really resonated with the message. One of those people, unfortunately, is not Hassan Piker, who has continued to spread.
I would have never guessed that Hassan was not a fan of the video that said that he was bad for 2 hours. Yeah, I could have guessed that.
Hamas propaganda, and even elevated his brazenness. Take, for example, the tragic story of the Beavis family. The dad, 2 kids, and the mom were all taken hostage on October 7th after the grandparents were murdered in their home. Wow. The children, 8 months and 3 years old, was kidnapped with their mom, and the dad was kidnapped separately. Hamas murdered the children and their mom in captivity, and recently just returned their corpses to Israel. Let's take a look at how Hassan reacted to this tragic update.
As music blares, Hamas fighters carry the coffins of 4 dead Israeli hostages, 2 of them children, the youngest to have been abducted on October the 7th. On stage, an offensive propaganda message blaming
offensive propaganda message? Offensive propaganda message? Offensive propaganda message?
Hassan has it in his heart somehow to laugh at the coffins of 2 slain children at the hands of a violent terrorist organization. Yeah. According to the forensic experts, the children were strangled to death, murdered at the hands of Hamas, likely because they didn't know how to take care of 2 young kids in captivity for 2 years. So instead of taking care of them, they chose to murder them.
The war criminal Netanyahu and his Nazi army killed them with missiles from Zionist warplanes. What are we doing? There is no lie here. This is correct. The fuck?
Hassan wants us to believe that the only thing wrong with this is that they called him a Nazi, right? Obviously, it's the way that they're parading around this family of these murdered children, these innocent children. Can he really not see the tastelessness in this? The disrespect? Take a look at his chat, it's no better. The truth is offensive. Hamas has the best fits.
To the slain Israeli family, rip bozo. How do I get that poster? They snapped on that. That mural kicks ass. Dude, it was a family. Correction. Settlers. Implying that children born in Israel deserve to be slaughtered. Quote, their home? Lol. It is their home. They were born there. Whose home are they in again? Their home? Yes, it's their home. They were born there. The mom was an IDF spy. They were not civilians, and they used their kids as human shields. I really don't even know what to say about that one. I might call this person schizophrenic, but I'm afraid this is just what happens to your brain when you watch the song for too long. Hamas is fucking base, and I'm tired of people pretending they're not. Again,
that's a lot. I mean, like, this is like one comment in chat, right? I mean, he's got like thousands of people in chat. You're gonna have a couple of comments that pop off, but yeah, that's a bad comment for sure.
This is just a few examples from the 30 seconds preceding Hassan's statement.
It's disgusting.
And I'll let the chat run for you at the end of the video, and you can take your time to read through it to see just how vile it is.
You'll notice that there is overwhelming support for the propaganda for Hamas, and zero respect shown for the dead children. Notice here, however, that one person says defended Hassan. Watch how quickly this gets moderated out of his chat.
Yeah, including Guardian, BBC, and other Western...
There it is.
That was really fast. Wow.
It's gone. Hassan claims he has no control over how his chat is moderated,
I bet he is.
Apparently. Yet, 90% of it is people celebrating the death of these kids. And the one person that has even the slightest bit of pushback is immediately moderated. After laughing over the corpses of slain...
I think that that's a bit of an exaggeration, but overall, I mean... I don't... I mean, these are terrorists, right? I mean, they're obvious fucking terrorists. How is it anything other than that? I don't know. It's not. Now defend him. I'm not defending him. I'm just saying, like, if I read the chat and I look at the chat, let me see if I can find it. Fuck.
There it is. It's gone.
Like, what's the problem? Chatter, just stop. These people are innocent. Hamas bombed themselves. What's the problem with the presentation? Israel literally bulldozed the rebels. Yeah, I could see some of them that are negative, some of them that are not.
Moderated. After laughing over the corpses of slain children, Hassan continues to guzzle Hamas propaganda, and this reaction that I can only describe as nauseating. Take a look.
It is.
Now let's take a look at how the hostages were released. I wonder if Western media will actually show the release videos, because there was some interesting sites that were disconcerting for the Israeli state and their project overall, but let's see.
Omer was among 6 released by Hamas in Gaza this morning. The 6 are the last living hostages to be returned in this ceasefire's first phase.
Yeah.
The 22-year-old was paraded on stage. He'd been kidnapped from a music festival, and yet remarkably, he kissed 2 of the men who had been...
I hope he said no homo after, bro. Straight up. Hey, Hassan, please give us your take. I mean, it's the same as the dudes who fucking dapped up the...
I saw this. Didn't they make this guy do that? My understanding is they made this guy do that, and they made other hostages watch these hostages get released. Like, because this is obviously for PR. It's very clearly for PR.
The Hamas dudes. The dudes who dapped them up in the first ceasefire, do you not remember? And everybody freaked the fuck out about it, and they were like, oh, they must be drugged. Hamas is giving them drugs, and that's why they're dabbing them up. Hamas gave them the drugs that make you dab up Hamas. It turns out that there is a new, even scarier drug out there that Hamas has in their hands. It's called the drug that makes you kiss Hamas.
That drug is called a gun to your head. And it's so painfully obvious of a concept, I feel nauseated even having to say it. Here you can see the head propagandist giving the hostage instructions. The hostage looks to his side to make sure he understands. Then the propagandist leans in to explain the strategy to the 2 terrorists on his left. And right on cue, the hostage leans in to kiss not one, but the 2 of them.
Of course, right? I mean, of course they're gonna do this. Yeah, obviously.
It's clear to anyone who's brain that this was not done out of affection for his captors.
Well, and even if it was, like, this is the other issue, is that, like, there's already the established idea of the, what is it called? Stockholm Syndrome, right? Where people begin to, you know, have a degree of sympathy for their captors. That doesn't necessarily mean that the captors are good people. So, like, I guess I don't see how you can make any argument that this is a good thing at all.
Federal Flight Control requires that you request docking permission before approaching the port.
Just ask the hostage what
Okay,
he
Commander,
thought. Here's the
land on
hostage
pad
who's kissing the head.
08.
In Hebrew, it says, I had no
Assisted docking
choice.
initiated.
The dogs made me do it. Hassan.
Oh shit, okay, well, I mean, there it is. They made it, so, all right. I guess that's it. It's not even Stockholm Syndrome.
He even took to his Discord to share his thoughts. First, they had the drug that makes you dab Hamas. Now they have one that makes you kiss Hamas. I'm losing my mind. I don't know who else to share this info with. A good place to start would be a therapist. The next best place would maybe be the NSA. More excerpts from the hostages say that they were forced to drink seawater, that they were giving rotten food, and that they were held in cages. Or has Hassan...
Well, yeah, because they're hostages. They're hostages from a terrorist organization. I would expect they were not
Landing
trained
sequence
particularly
complete.
well.
Deploying ground
likes
crew.
to call it hospitality. What gracious hosts they are.
Bro, every time they're releasing hostages, the next wave they're gonna be like, actually, I'm good. Like, I'm staying.
Well, I'm
How
happy
do you
that
buy into that? I just don't see how you can buy into that whenever the guy, I mean, it's very clear that the guy was told what he was supposed to do. And then the person who did it immediately comes out and says, no, I only did that because they told me to do that. Like, how do you buy into that at all?
The content nuke was able to make its way around and really influence people's thoughts on the matter. I am disheartened to see that Hassan is still spreading, without any care in the world, disgusting, violent, anti-Semitic Hamas propaganda that dehumanizes Israelis and delegitimizes their suffering. As I said,
I mean, I'll admit, like, I thought it was kind of funny seeing the poster for a second, but it was funny because of how ridiculous the Photoshop was. It wasn't funny because of what it said or what happened. I mean, I think you can say, wow, that's a ridiculous Photoshop to make this guy look this way, but like, it's obviously not good.
Content nuke. We must always keep the plight of the Palestinians at the front of our mind. The point that I've made that is consistently lost on Hassan is that we have to care about everyone. You have to show empathy for both sides. You can't laugh over the coffins of slain Israeli children because they're Israeli. Peace has never felt further away when people like Hassan are turning people against each other, fomenting hate, disinformation, while supporting radical, reactionary, terrorist organizations. Peace happens when both sides see each other.
It is kind of crazy to just go and openly say that the terrorist organization, you know, that's holding hostages is doing so in anything other than an oppressive and terrible way. It's crazy, especially with how many interviews and people that were, like, you know, taken hostage and talked about it afterwards. I mean, like, what is this?
As human, recognize the humanity in each other. That's when we come together and find peace. Hassan is doing the opposite. During this war, Hassan has poisoned the minds of many young people with the idea that Israelis are evil, that they are all valid military targets, that the babies are settlers. And this is the result: laughing over the coffins of slain children, unable to spare a mote of dust of empathy for innocents that were killed in Israel. And just like a radical extremist in Israel that says all Palestinians are valid military targets, which I would condemn a million times, and I cry and my heart bleeds for all the innocents that are dying in Gaza. Why can't you do the same?
Well, there it is. I don't know why. I do not understand what the end goal is for glazing terrorists this hard. I don't think this is to any benefit, and I actually think that it alienates a lot of people. I think that it alienates a tremendous amount of people. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, making more terrorists. Well, I think that what I think it does is that people see videos like this and they see somebody talking about, like, oh yeah, like these, you know, like prisoners aren't actually prisoners, etc. And they go unpunished, right? Well, that's another component. I saw, like, there was this clip. Let me see if I can find it here. Like, I do, as I said, I do try to maintain a degree of neutrality with a lot of this stuff. And I try not to go too, like, super hard on it. I'll link you guys the video real quick before I get into it. And we'll go and look at that. Pretty simple. Yeah, there's the video. It's the Ethan video. People are so ideologically captured, it's sad. I think a lot of people are. I saw this the other day, actually this morning. Where is it here? Here we go.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone.
Nope. If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida Rick Scott, you wouldn't make him a prominent part of the Republican Party.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost.
That is crazy. That is nuts. And I've said before, there's a statute of limitations, but apparently this was yesterday. Yeah, this happened yesterday. Oh my God. How's that not against the TOS? It is. And it is an open call to violence. And I would challenge anybody who thinks that it's not an open call to violence to say that exact thing about Donald Trump, and then tell me if Secret Service shows up at your house or not. Really? It's very obviously a call to violence. And Twitch doesn't do anything? Well, I don't know if they've really seen it or anybody's reported it or anything like that. The clip's too short, maybe it's out of context. I hope so. I definitely do. Hopefully it's out of context. How are you going to defend him now? I will say that this, advocating to kill an elected representative of the government is not good no matter what, right? I mean, there's no other perspective to have. It doesn't matter what the perspective is. Like, you can't say that. It's insane.
Fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott former governor.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Totally indefensible. I'm shocked, honestly. Why can't you come right out against Hassan? Everybody always gets mad at me for that, but I'm literally doing that right now. Like, the thing is that it's so obviously a call to violence. It's so obviously not something that you should say. You're obviously wrong for saying it. There's no justification at all to say something like that in any capacity. Like, that's it. The context matters. I don't see where the context for this would matter or make a difference. Yeah, he's addressing the U.S. government. One could say he means death penalty. Well, I don't know about that. How is it a call for violence? It's a joke. It's a joke. Would you tell that joke about Donald Trump? Would you tell the joke or not? No same person tells jokes like that? No, I'm just saying, like, Donald Trump didn't commit Medicare fraud, but yes, if he did, then yes. Okay, so then no. Okay, so the answer to that is no, then, right? Because and the reason why is you know why. You know exactly why. Everybody knows why. It's because it is a threat. It's obviously a threat. It is a call to violence. And if he had said that about the president, he'd probably be already visited by Secret Service. That's the truth. It's crazy. Absolutely fucking insane. This looks like satire to me. I don't know if he meant it. I don't know. I hope it is. I certainly hope it is. Maybe it is. But I'll tell you this, it's not the first time. This is the second time. No joke. Yes, neither of these, by the way, have resulted in any sort of action from Twitch at all. Your Reddit advocated for killing too. Sorry for spam. Yeah, but here's the difference, right? When did my Reddit advocate for killing people? When did this happen? And also, when did I advocate for it? Because, like, if I'm advocating for it, then that's very different. Like, there's somebody in my chat or in my Reddit community that said something bad. I believe you. I bet that's probably true. I do. I think that's definitely true. But we ban those people who say that stuff. 6 mod actions. Yeah, this is a give me a minute. Yeah, let me see what this guy's saying. One of my American companies, subreddit was calling for violence. Okay, let's find it out. What's the title of the thread? We never advocating for killing anybody on Reddit. What the fuck? No, I have no doubt that somebody in my community has advocated for killing someone at some point. Yeah, of course that's happened. Also, people think handing over the wrong corpse is a joke is retarded. Well, I don't know about that. Yeah, what's the title for it? Can I send someone to your house? Yeah, sure. If you want to send it to my house, that's fine. Yeah, but anyway, so I'm just I'm kind of shocked that this is happening. And I also want to say that this rise in extremism and this rise in extremist rhetoric will eventually be very, very damaging for Twitch. Because eventually somebody will say something, will this be the time? It probably won't be the time. But eventually somebody will say something and it's going to get mainstream attention to a degree that it's going to damage Twitch on a massive level. because this type of language and rhetoric is extremely distasteful. And I think that average people see this and they find it abhorrent. And the fact is that if you keep saying stuff like this and you keep doing this, you will eventually, in my opinion, like if I was Amazon and I found out this was happening, I would fire everybody at leadership at Twitch. I would. Because the fact is that the people who are leadership at Twitch have allowed this to happen. And they've allowed it to happen for a long time. It's not like this is just the first time it's happened. There's a pattern of behavior here. And I think that Twitch really needs to look at reining this kind of stuff in. Like, I've said things that were out of topic before. One of them I said I did get reined in. And so I don't think anybody should get reined in for any of this in a lot of cases, but there need to be suspensions for openly calling for violence. It's really just not acceptable at all. Like, I can't see it in any other way. I think saying to kill a senator is worthy of a perma. Well, I mean, like, that's up to Twitch. But my point is that, and also, like, I mean, this is, again, like, kind of illegal to begin with, right? Twitch agrees? Well, Twitch doesn't care. That's the problem, is that Twitch doesn't care. And I think that the reason that Twitch doesn't care, this is my perspective, and I know this might be a hot take or whatever, but my perspective is that Twitch doesn't care because Twitch agrees with it. I think that Twitch likes this, like the people that work at Twitch and they work at the, you know, the leadership team, they like this brand of extremism, and that's why they're basically endorsing it by ignoring it. And I find it to be, and the problem is that I think in doing so, they're actually damaging their cause and they're alienating a lot of people. But only one way? Yeah, no doubt. Then why don't they ban you for doing the opposite? Oh wait, they did? Yeah, they did. And by the way, when I got banned, I said I deserved it, that's fine. Right? I went too far, that's okay. People make mistakes. The issue is that when mistakes are only punished one-dimensionally or asymmetrically, that's when you have people that get radicalized. Because I think one of the biggest radicalizing factors that's happened in like the last, I'd say, 5 years is the fact that you have effectively two tiers of enforcement and 2 tiers of accountability. You have in one case where somebody goes and they say something out of pocket or they say something wrong, and then you have in another case somebody says something and then they get suspended for it, right? Either way, that's my viewpoint. I saw this and I think I need to call it out. It's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely fucking insane. People are openly calling for violence against elected officials.
Well, today was interesting. Zelensky went to the White House and met the fashion police.
Ready close? Ready shut?
He's all dressed up today.
But everybody was getting along fine. Zelensky was there to sign the mineral deal and start peace negotiations. The first 30 minutes went great. Even the reporters were teasing the Ukrainian about his clothes.
Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest. Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not respecting the dignity of this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something like
yours.
Yes.
Yes. Maybe something better. I don't know.
I do like your clothing, though.
Yeah, really?
Even though I think he's a great guy, by the way. But I don't know if you two like each other. But you know what? I think he's dressed. I think he's dressed.
I like this guy.
I think he's dressed beautiful.
Everyone seemed friendly, about to eat lunch, just doing what they do. Then for some reason, Zelensky got an attitude.
I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way, so that's the way it goes.
The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president.
What the heck is Zelensky doing giving us a history lesson like we don't know Putin's a snake? We know Putin's violated deals before under Democrat presidencies. What good does it do Zelensky to call us naive? We're not naive. If anyone's naive, it's Zelensky. He didn't even think Russia was going to invade, even when Biden's CIA was like, guy, they're going in. And if you don't think you can do a deal with Putin, then why are you even here? Joe Biden's in Delaware. This is a new group.
Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
Well, first of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel. You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very
You
strong.
will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You don't have the cards right now. With us, you start having
not playing
cards.
cards.
Right now, you don't.
I'm very
You're playing
serious,
cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're gambling
I'm
with
the
the lives
president in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think-
You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country.
Is he playing cards or Russian roulette? Who does he think he is coming here in front of the cameras and telling our president that if we don't sign a security pact, we're next? We're not doing a security deal with Ukraine. That's why they're not getting into NATO. NATO doesn't want them in NATO. That's a trap. That's going to trigger World War III. The mineral deal is the security deal, because if Americans are in Ukraine doing business, Russia's not going to start shooting.
And my source tonight is the Secretary of State who is in that room today, Marco Rubio. Thank you so much, Secretary Rubio, for being here. We just heard from President Zelensky. He said he does not think that he owes President Trump an apology.
Gentlemen, I believe it is time. We going in? We are. That's Arkveld. I spent hours on him. That guy was an asshole. It's a straight up dick.
It is. What do we do?
This is awful. Where did we go now? The village. It's you. This way.
Oh shit. Where did you think you were gonna move that rock?
What are you doing?
Nata, you can escape through here.
So can you.
Escape?
People out there will help you. Hmm?
But what about you?
Go on.
Wait!
You could fit through the hole.
Go!
You could fit through the hole, bro. What are you doing?
Leave me!
Be strong.
You idiot. Oh. Damn. The Forbidden Lands, a region that was split off from civilization for over 1,000 years ago and thought to be deserted ever since.
The East-West Buffer Zone and the Eastlands beyond, commonly known as the Forbidden Lands.
That's the sand land.
Fair.
Inclemencies?
None.
Visibility?
Dust haze present.
Large monsters?
Damn.
Clear.
We're in a flying boat?
Small monsters?
Of course we are.
Clear.
Endemic life?
A number of native birds.
Kill every bird.
All standard readings, sir.
Yes. Other anomalies? Other anomalies?
Uh-oh.
Down there. Someone's in trouble.
It's the kid.
Set us down along the desert perimeter.
Loot him.
It can't be a child.
Oh no. Damn. This kid's all kinds of fucked up.
Can you hear me? He's still breathing. Luarte. Luarte. It's an ancient language.
Tend to him.
Right.
Yes, sir.
That's the new admiral. We're gonna find the mount.
He's dehydrated.
I thought the Forbidden Lands were uninhabited, sir.
It seems we must do a more thorough investigation.
Seems like they're not.
And Alyssa Farah Griffin. Now, let's get...
But they're not really going into Canada and looking for those Canadian people that are kind of jumping back and forth. I understand.
She thinks Canadians are trying to find a way to cross the border. But she doesn't know that Canada has border crossings. And Canadians have passports.
His intent, do not come to the southern border.
Just let me finish now this time.
You know things are bad when the producer has to start talking. Clinton Jaws, please subscribe. It's the only thing I care about. The View, yes, The View had everything. You guys gotta watch us. It had everything today. It had pouting, anger, moodiness. Whoopi gets bored and falls asleep. I love girls. But really, do any of them actually ever get along? When they're in a group or when they work together? I shouldn't have said that. I take that back. It gets so heated. During commercial, I know something happened during commercial that the producer comes on. Why would the producer have to come on? Let's have a glass of wine, let's watch, and let's get some headaches.
And Alyssa Farah Griffin. Now, let's get things started.
I'm grossing myself out here.
One of the biggest issues of the last presidential campaign was reforming our immigration system. And yesterday, the White House announced a brand new path to U.S. residency.
It's really embarrassing when you try to tell a joke and you stumble all over the punchline.
With an expensive toll. Take a look.
We're going to be selling a gold card. You have a green card, this is a gold card.
I'm gonna buy one.
We're gonna be putting a price on that card of about $5 million, and that's gonna give you green card privileges plus. It's gonna be a route to citizenship. Perfect. And wealthy people will be coming into our country by buying this card. They'll be wealthy, and they'll be successful, and they'll be spending a lot of money and paying a lot of taxes and employing a lot of people. And we think it's going to be extremely successful.
Would a Russian oligarch be eligible for a gold card?
Yeah, possibly. Hey, I know some Russian oligarchs that are very nice people.
You know, remember when Elon bought America?
Yeah.
Yeah. He could have saved money with this. Because this is only $5 million.
What The View does on purpose, they fail to tell you the purpose of it all.
And the money's earmarked for deficit reduction?
It may be earmarked for deficit, but it actually could be more money than that. I mean, if you did 10 million, it would be, you'd have $15 trillion left over. But generally, it's going to be paid down debt, yes.
which makes it a brilliant idea. But if they told the truth, they wouldn't have any content.
They will definitely come
Can I
here
just say
if
something?
this kind of thing can be thought. And it's way.
Look at this. Look at Whoops. Imagine running a show, and that's the product you give your home viewers and the live studio audience. That's what Whoopi is giving them. You call that entertainment? She's falling asleep. How is this show still on the air?
Forget this gold card. It's a stupid idea, in my opinion.
Stupid idea to pay down the debt. In her opinion.
But $2 trillion in cuts will include...
She can barely keep her eyes open. How is it still on the air? You can't make it up. This is so priceless.
You know, fine, you want to come in here and bring your $5 million with you and create jobs? Maybe. But all these people, what happens to them? That's what I want to know.
Well,
Don't even know why they're clapping.
but I think what's fascinating to me is that, yes, he ran on immigration, and he ran really on the southern border, because we know we also border Canada, and that's actually the largest border, but they're not really going into Canada and looking for those Canadian people that are kind of jumping back and forth.
She thinks Canadians are jumping over the border. She thinks Canadians are trying to find a way to cross the border. But she doesn't know that Canada has border crossings. And Canadians have passports. Idiot! How dumb can you be? And Alyssa, whatever her name is, hot stuff. Well, she puts her in her place here, and she does not appreciate it.
Canadian people that are kind of jumping back and forth.
This is a misnomer. It's not Canadians that come across the northern border. The northern border crisis. No, it's people coming from other parts of the world, India, Mexico. But there's not a bunch of Canadians flocking. There's probably more Americans going to Canada right now.
That's not true, because I spoke to Governor Whitmer about it. But let me just.
That was a misunderstanding.
Can I just finish what I was saying?
There were about 6,000 Canadians who came to the country.
So that I don't lose my thought.
When my buddy was 17, he had a girlfriend, and that's how she used to act.
I'm just trying to talk here. I guess I can't talk.
She would pout. Sunny pouts like a 12-year-old girl here. Watch.
I guess I can't speak. So it seems to me this was never really just about immigration.
But Governor
it was about
said differently.
a certain
That was
type
a
of immigrant. And so
misunderstanding.
now we have this million, these,
Can I just
Russian,
clarify, though?
Can I finish talking?
Yes.
Thank you. So, but it's not okay to provide a path to citizenship for people that have been here, like the DACA recipients, for other people that look a different way.
So just to clarify, because there is...
She gets applause.
It is not Canadians crossing from Canada into the United States.
Who is it?
It is Mexico
Who is
and
it?
India are the two largest places that people
Joy
are coming.
just said, who
because
is
they're
it?
seeing that it's actually easier than going through the cartels and going through a more secure southern border. So if they have the resources, that's what the northern immigration
You
has
know what
nothing to do with
is
Canadians.
I want somebody to make a decision about immigration.
And actually,
They did.
I want somebody to make a decision about immigration.
They did, whoops.
Because if you're saying if you got enough money, you can come. But if you don't have the money, we don't want to take care of it. I want somebody to make a decision.
They did.
Either you're welcome here and you come, or you're not.
Right.
But this, maybe you get in this, maybe, you know,
Congress hasn't passed immigration reform in 30+ years.
I understand that.
Oh, yeah.
Let me finish now this time.
Let me finish, girl.
My point is, we have spent over 100 years saying to people, come, you're welcome. We'll take you, we'll take... Now nobody knows how you get in. What do you do? We need folks coming in to help us figure out how to do stuff. We're not the only people on the planet.
What Whoopi doesn't know is Trump's already fixed it. It's no longer a problem, he's fixed it. Like that. Oh, it's not over. They go to commercial, and something bad happens during commercial. How do I know this? Watch the next clip.
One of the joys of this gig is that there's never enough time to get anything said. Because we only have, what is it, in all 37 minutes? to really get...
You know things are bad when the producer has to start talking. Something happened. Why am I so excited?
Everything out and try to get all and guests and all kinds of stuff. So from time to time, you'll see us going...
like you did during commercial.
And it's because people are feeling passionate and want to talk. And because we are not just
Sunny.
a political show, we talk about lots of different stuff about. So we're going to finish up what we were doing before we left.
What's that, Sunny?
If folks have more to say.
I don't.
Okay.
The point out, and I know it gets heated, and I don't...
Sunny doesn't have anything to say. Because Sunny's upset. She's pouting. Like my kids when my kids pout. I was speaking. Okay, I was speaking. And you guys, no, you can talk now. No, I'm not going to talk now. You guys interrupted me. You told me not to talk. And I'm just going to go to my room. Because you wouldn't let me speak. That is Sunny. A 12-year-old girl.
You're mean to me. I like what you said to me.
Watch her face.
If folks have more to say.
I don't.
Okay.
The point out, and I know it gets heated, and I don't mean to step on people when I do. I'm working on interrupting.
You don't have to apologize.
Something that I think
It seems to me that the history of the country is more about getting workers here rather than refugees.
Finally gets it.
History, during World War II, there were Jews who
Finally
were
gets it.
escaping the Holocaust, and they were sent back. They were not allowed to come here. So refugees is not the number one. Number one is to get people to pick your vegetables and things like that.
And to have a good nanny.
Well, can I also... I do have something else to say.
She's done her time out, guys.
We're talking about these,
Yes.
we need to bring other people into this country because Americans don't know enough and because Americans apparently can't get the job done.
Yeah, that's what you do. You bring in the rocket scientists. Like Einstein. MC squared equaled us winning World War II. That's what you do. You capture the brilliant people and you bring them in. She got a problem with that.
Why don't we then work on our education here as opposed to blowing up the Department of...
6 episodes, I swear to God, they said there was nothing wrong with American education. Because Trump said they were low on education, so The View came on and said, no, there's nothing wrong with our education. Now there's a problem.
Look over there. Look, I want you to look over.
I see him over there.
All right, no, look at Paul. Paul's got the face. Okay. We'll be right back.
What is that? You might be back, but I won't. What do you say to that? Well, I think I said it all. And yeah, guys, I have to interrupt for various reasons that I don't want to say, but I have to. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
I don't get it. They're clapping because Kill Me just left. Let's welcome tonight's guest. His sharp razors make up for his dull commentary. Host of the David Angelo Show on YouTube and founder of Western Razor Company.
2 credits.
David Angelo. She's well respected for getting Republicans elected. GOP strategist Erin McGuire.
So I got some flack when I made my initial Monster Hunter Wilds review because I talked a lot about the poo-poo performance, the not so great frame pacing, the random artifacting I had, the fact that you basically need frame generation turned on if you want to be steadily and consistently above 60 frames, even on a 4090, which is crazy. Like, you spend $1,500 on a GPU and you can't maintain 60 frames. Like, even with DLSS turned on. It's wild. But people gave me some, a hard time. And yet, now Digital Foundry has come out on launch day and spoken on this topic because the PC port just does frankly run like garbage. We were all kind of hoping that the day one patch would fix a lot of it, but the day one patch, it doesn't seem to have a ton of things that we were hoping for. It doesn't have a ton of fixes to the big problems. And so let's see what specifically they mention, because chances are it's more of what we felt in the beta.
Monster Hunter Wilds is a game on PC where I am genuinely confused at the performance for the visual quality that I am seeing on screen. This is true on a high-spec PC, but it is crucially the case on a lower-spec PC where, on first contact, I genuinely cannot advise buying this game if you're on a lower-end GPU or a GPU with 8 gigabytes of VRAM. Surface-level impressions, though, when loading up the game for the first time seemed positive. There is a long shader pre-compilation step which took around 6 minutes on a 9800X3D and more than 13 minutes on a Ryzen 5 3600. I had a similar positive impression when...
Back to the White House, Jackie Heinrich has some new information for us. Jackie.
Yeah, I just went up to the press area to get an understanding of what we're watching. This is what I was told. The president has kicked Zelensky out of the White House. His delegation right now is telling him that he's got to go home. The president felt disrespected. Officials in the room felt that beyond the language barrier that we've heard some discussion about, Zelensky's body language, shrugging and eye rolling, was ungrateful, disrespectful, and the president feels that Zelensky is not ready for peace and he can come back when he's ready to talk about peace, but he's not in that position right now, and Zelensky is being told he's got to go. The lunch that they were supposed to have is sitting right outside the hallway, and the press staffers are going to be eating that lunch. This is really pretty incredible. We see the SUV, Zelensky's SUV.
To your left, you're going to see him. Let's watch.
President Zelensky, can you tell us what happened?
Did you sign the minerals deal? Did you sign the minerals deal? Why were you so disrespectful to the president?
We may be watching the floor fall through this moment in international relations and diplomacy, or this might be the art of the deal, and we're not going to know for some time. Jackie, it appears that even going...
All right, hello. Oh boy, this has been quite a ride. So we initially uploaded this review on Monday, but I made a mistake. The video included some evidently top secret monsters that were not supposed to be revealed at the time. Now, while I am not personally ever precious about this stuff in pretty much any games I play, I get it. There are people who want the surprise, they care about the spoilers. I also discussed parts of the game that were not supposed to be discussed. They had particular content embargoed for a reason, and I totally understand. For all of that, my bad, legitimately, like apologies, 100%, I screwed up there. Simple as that. We deleted the video per Capcom's request, and yeah, that is what happened if anyone was curious, if you even knew that we've already uploaded a Monster Hunter review and then took it down. But that was Monday. As of today, I can show and talk about all the stuff that they wanted to remain secret, because the game is here. Monster Hunter Wilds is now live and playable. There are no longer any embargoes to keep within the guidelines of, so now I am free to show and talk about absolutely whatever I want. Also, you know what? On the bright side, I try to look there fairly often. This was a good opportunity to just flesh the video out a bit more, having a few extra days to work on it. As such, I've added some additional content, I've polished the edit up a bit, and I included a few more of my thoughts about the various things that I like and dislike now that I've had some more time to think about it. So with all of that out of the way, here we go. The Monster Hunter Wilds review they didn't want you to see. Let's do it. All right, Monster Hunter Wilds. Man, this game, it's fantastic. If I had to make an educated guess, I'd say this is very likely. This past week or so has been a total blast. past. It's just like everything I loved about Monster Hunter World, but more of it. It's bigger and all around better. On top of some life improvements, a little bit of streamlining. Only a little bit though. It's still quite convoluted in a lot of aspects, but it's still great. Plus we get a few new features, mechanics, along with a handful of additional movesets for every single weapon. Yeah, this is great. Now that said, if you have played Monster Hunter in the past and you didn't like it, Wilds isn't going to be changing anything about that. It's still the exact same basic formula. You pick a weapon, you prep your hunter, you go out and fight monsters for 5 to 20 minutes, collecting their parts, bringing them back to camp, making new armor and weapons, rinse and repeat. That, at its core, it is this game. It is every single one of these games. But if you do like that formula, as I do, this is more of that, but improved and in these much larger explorable play spaces. I love it. Maybe you will too. That said, it's not all roses. There are absolutely a few pain points in areas that I would love to see improved. For starters, while I've not experienced it as much of an issue myself, performance has been a glaring problem for many other reviewers, on top of the large swath of players who tried the pre-release demo and had less than ideal frame rates. Also, despite some streamlining and quality of life improvements that are there, much of the game is still fairly convoluted and does, I would say, a rather poor job of onboarding newcomers. Not so much of a huge issue for me personally, as I played a lot of World, but from the eyes of a new player, there is a lot to digest here, and the game just does a poor job of explaining its systems. Multiplayer, while this is improved, it is nowhere near as smooth and seamless of an experience as it should be. There are still 1, 2, dare I say 3 or more too many hoops you have to jump through to just get to play the game seamlessly with your friends. And lastly, as you might have heard rumblings around the internet about, it seems like the baseline difficulty has been smoothed down, maybe to a fault, presenting fairly little challenge or spikes of difficulty for I thought maybe I was getting better, but apparently no, that's not the case. The game has just been dumbed down for babies. Now, all that said, I still think this game, as an entire package, the whole thing, I think it's fantastic. I absolutely recommend checking it out if you are at all interested in monster hunting games. It's just, yeah, there are definitely things that I would like to see improved going forward. But beyond that, what I really want to do here is just talk about what I really love about Wilds, because for the most part, I really love this game. No, it's not going to be changing your mind if you've never been into the monster hunting formula, be it in this franchise or elsewhere, but I will say, if you have never tried this game before and are even vaguely interested, Wilds definitely seems like the one to get into. But wait, before we move forward, get a quick word from today's sponsor. Today's video is sponsored by Spectre Divide. This is the new competitive 3v3 tactical shooter that features this rather unique duality mechanic where you control 2 bodies in real time. This allows you to do things like defend multiple sites simultaneously, cover your own blind spots, or even trade with yourself. Basically, this duality mechanic introduces a whole new vector for skill and mastery within tactical shooters. The game has you battling it out in round-based 3v3 competition with a core defusal game mode across 5 maps with 20 weapons to master, but also they've got a pretty major new update coming soon, with Season 1 launching on February 25th. This comes alongside the Spectre 2.0 update with loads of changes. There's sprinting for faster rotates and combat freedom, reduced cosmetic prices, a ping system improvements, maps have been overhauled, snappier gunplay and equipment usage, fresh character customization options, performance optimizations, and upgraded anti-cheat. And there's also the brand new map Canal, located in the heart of Breakwater's Shadow District, and a new Battle Pass flashpoint with over 70 new cosmetics, including 15 free items from outfits, weapons, skins, and accessories. If you'd like to learn more and check out Spectre Divide for yourself, you can play it for free on PS5 and Xbox Series X and S right now. Use my link in the description below. Okay, so to kick things off here, what I want to do is start off with a very basic overview, talking about like the core loop of Monster Hunter Wilds. So it goes something like this. You step out into the world, you track a monster down, you find the monster, fight the monster, kill it, collect its parts, and then you use those parts to craft weapons and gear. Now beyond that, there's a bunch of auxiliary things that are happening in the background for you to engage with. Consumables play a pretty big role. There's of course healing for when your health gets low, but also things that like help you withstand the elements, like keeping you warm in cold environments and vice versa. Or you get consumables that will help you counter various debuffs that you get, such as being poisoned or falling asleep. You've also got this incredibly useful tool called the Slinger. It's like this forearm mounted slingshot. There's a variety of different ammo types with effects that you can shoot out at monsters. There's a few different types of traps in the games, like Vine Trap and Shock Trap. You can physically carry these out and place place them in the world. There's also some passively found in the environment. And as the name implies, if a monster walks into the trap, it will temporarily lock them down. And then on top of that, every single monster that you fight, of which there are over 30 in the game, will be resistant and or susceptible to the game's various types of damage. There are various types of weapon damage to be dealt, as well as different elements found in the game. Every single monster will either be resistant to them or susceptible to these various types, as well as having certain body parts to be targeted, and then depending on the weapon and elemental damage that you're using, you're going to want to target those different parts accordingly. Outside of the monsters themselves and the various consumables and traps, there's also the environment that plays a big role in this game. So as you move through the various locations, or maps as they are called, beyond traversing the terrain at the various levels and height variations, you're going to come across a lot of stuff. So you're going to see a bunch of different collectibles. These range from plants to herbs, ores, bones, and even small little creatures. You'll gather them up, and they, for the most part, will be used in crafting either weapons, armor, or consumables. And they can even now be gathered at a range with a brand new slinger ability. You can basically like throw out a rope and hook onto it and pull it back to you, which is really nice. The environment is also chock full of endemic life, all sorts of various creatures wandering around. You can kill and harvest these for crafting resources. There's some unused items found in the environment. These include things like healing bugs, vigor wasps, exploding balls, flash flies, paralyzing toads, poison mushrooms, the list goes on and on. You'll see like these loose rocky formations that you can pull down, or ice shards that can be broken off, or tree vines that can be pulled onto the ground, all of which will either damage or inhibit monsters in some way. So while you're playing the game, you're basically going through this loop of hunting the big monsters, using the items and the traps to help those fights, carving and collecting them after you kill them to take them back to crafting, while moving through the environment and also doing things like gathering resources. And all of this while also going through the story campaign, which the basics of the story essentially are that a bunch of bad monsters have come into the local area. They're screwing up the environment. You got to help the local people. And so you do just that. And all throughout the tens to hundreds of hours that you might be playing, it basically oscillates between doing the story missions and then free roaming and kind of doing your own thing. So you start out by making a character as well as your palico. There's a bunch of customization options here, lots to choose from. Then you go through the tutorial, which leads into your first real hunt of just a basic early game monster. There are quite a few cutscenes and dialogue encounters in here as you learn the story, speaking with various NPCs, progressing the narrative. And then eventually you reach this point where they're like, okay, so we've learned this new thing. Let's investigate it further by going over here, and that here will be like some area within the zone that you're currently playing in. And then they say, just let me know when you're ready. And then at that point, it's basically up to you to either take some additional time, go out hunting some of the monsters that you've already been introduced to, collecting more of their parts to either complete a gear set or make that new weapon upgrade. And then as soon as you feel you're ready, you go back and you talk to the NPC, and then they progress the story forward. And then that loop starts again. You do the story mission, some stuff happens, and you probably fight a new monster. You get some more dialogue, some more cutscenes, you reach this break point, and then you decide again, do you want to spend some more time farming or move straight into the next mission right away? It's totally up to you. That's how the campaign progresses up until you start to reach what would be effectively considered like the early version of Endgame. You've moved through all the zones, you've gone through a bunch of narrative, and then eventually you reach what is basically a hard stop point where they ask you specifically to reach a certain hunter rank, which is essentially your character level, before you can continue the story. And that's going to mean going out and doing some higher level monster hunts and or doing a variety of the side quests that the NPCs in each of the game's town hubs, the base camps that they have. So you reach these breakpoints once you get to early end game, and they say, hey, you have to level up your hunter rank before the story continues. And so you go out on some hunts, you do some side quests, and eventually you level up, and then you'll be notified the time has come, we can now continue the story. And that right there in a nutshell is Monster Hunter Wilds. Now, what about some of the new stuff that came into this latest iteration of Monster Hunter? Well, beyond that core game, here's some of the big standouts. So there's the new focus mode. This is actually cool because it lets you redirect any attacks in the middle of an animation. Incredibly useful for any of the game's large number of different charge and or combo attacks. These will sometimes take like several seconds to work up to as you're going through a different chain or charging up an ability. The fact that you can now redirect and follow a moving monster in the middle of a fight, that is a massive quality of life improvement. And And that's also like a clear time improvement because you're much more likely to not miss those huge attacks. We got this brand new mount, which is like the mix of a dinosaur and rooster of sorts. It's like a velociraptor bird thing. With it comes some mounted combat with both a basic and a dismount attack that you can do for every weapon. It will also auto run to whatever your target objective, location, or boss that you have pinned. And then while riding, you can do things like harvest resources from afar with that slinger, as we mentioned. You can also sharpen your weapon, heal yourself up, manage your inventory, etc. You can basically do everything you can do on foot while moving towards your target objective, which is really nice. The mount also comes with its own item storage for you to let you carry more stuff around, and it will hold a second weapon that you can swap to pretty much whenever you like while you're in the middle of a hunt. Although to be perfectly honest, I've not really bothered as I've just focused on the weapon and improving the weapon that I'm playing with, but I'm sure some more experienced hunters out there who are better at the game will make active use of weapon swapping. I can just foresee going from the melee weapon to having a ranged weapon backup, how useful that could be. I'm not really there yet. I'm just focused on bonking monsters on the head with my big old hammer, so that's all I'm doing. But yes, you can weapon swap if you choose to in the middle of a hunt. Oh, and as you go through the campaign, eventually you'll reach a point where you unlock some visual customization for your mount, letting you change things like the colors, feathers, the armor that they have, and the charms on them. This is all really just a cool additional customization. The SOS flare. So this was traditionally used in the series as basically an in-game means of opening up your hunt to matchmaking, which would then let other players join you in the middle of a fight. Now it actually automatically fills up your party with AI enemies that can then later on be replaced by real people once they join in. Even more so though, I think the real big benefit of this is it now lets people who are playing offline or prefer to play by themselves, they've got an option to actually have hunters help them in a fight without having to play with other real people, or because they can just stay offline. You can now cook food anywhere while out on the go instead of having to go back to the camp or town. This is great if you happen to forget or you run out of a food buff in the middle of a hunt. And then with this more open world that Wilds has, monsters, as they're just kind of roaming about, you can actually start a hunt by just engaging with the monster, where previously, if you wanted to go on a hunt that came with whatever bonus rewards the hunt might have had, you would actually have to go back and start the quest specifically and then load into a new hunt to fight that monster. Again, really, really nice improvements. This is what I'm talking about, just like across the board, a ton of really great quality of life improvements. So as I mentioned, I am not going to exhaustively talk about every single specific system and mechanic in this game. That pretty much covers the gist of what Monster Hunter is and what has changed within Wilds. And now I just want to go into my pros and my cons. So as the baseline, like the foundation of what we're about to talk about there, I think this game is fantastic. Easily a contender for my game of the year. It's great. I'm going to be playing it for a long time, really enjoying it. Some of the highlights, though, about the things that I enjoy. Tracking and fighting monsters and the whole process is just so enjoyable. Really, really like it. As fun as ever, both from a gameplay perspective, but also the spectacle of it all. Like, these monsters are over the top with crazy abilities. Their introductions are a lot of fun. Honestly, most of what I enjoy about this series is the sense of improvement that comes through the process of hunting, and this happens on like a few different dimensions. So first there is your weapon, learning all of the attacks, the various combos, the chains, the contextual abilities, and how all of this flows together. Every weapon in Monster Hunter is what I like to effectively call its very own class in comparative games. They all play very differently, and they all have unique mechanics or features that are not present on other weapons. This isn't like a Souls-like game or something where when we're talking about different weapons, we're just mostly talking about different swing patterns, ranges, and damage types. No, these weapons in Monster Hunter, they're fundamentally different on much deeper levels. In Worlds, I mainly used a great sword. Here in Wilds, I decided to go with a two-handed mace. And man, a lot of fun swinging around this massive hammer, spinning in circles, building up charges to release these massive ultimate mega bomb ability. It's just great. And the more I've played, the more comfortable I've gotten with how everything pieces together, how every combo chain flows into other combo chains, the points at which you can move between these two different things, and then this defensive moves, the counterattacks, which are all monsters over all of it, to the point where right now, after playing and this review together, I'm not feeling confident how to manage this weapon, although certainly far from an expert. Then there's the monsters themselves, with every monster being different, like boss fights in most similar games. You have to learn their moves, the animations that play out before each of their attacks, and ultimately you just got to figure out how do you not get hit and when do you strike while the monsters are in recovery, or just when windows of opportunity open up. As you fight them the first, the second, the third time, you will just naturally pick these things up through experience, and then that coupled with your weapon knowledge, hunts become this dance between you and your target that's thoroughly enjoyable. level. And then there's a third layer of the various tools at your disposal that we discussed. Those being the traps, the different sling arounds, environmental stuff like the rocks, the ice, and the trees, various bugs and animals that can blind or poison or electrocute enemies, the bombs that you have, different grapple points that let you get up into the air and get onto the back of monsters. The list goes on and on. And with all of the above combined, the more you play, the better you get and the more fluid the fights become. I am nowhere near like long-term expert players, but even through the course of this review, I've seen a marked and noticeable improvement to my hunts, and all of that is very, very satisfying. Also satisfying is the game's carrot on a stick, the progression system. It's pretty straightforward. You fight big monster, you take their parts, and then you make armor and weapons that look like that monster. These come in progressively higher tiers and rarities. As you move through the game, you will fight harder monster variations to create better gear, and then gear comes with stats. You've got like armor, different elemental resistances, as well as set bonuses. And then besides wearing gear sets that you think look appealing, you're gonna pick and choose what you wear depending on your desired playstyle, the set bonuses, the resistances that they give, especially if you need to defend against any particularly tough fights. Something else I really like is the size of the game. Once more, it's basically just like Monster Hunter World, but more of it and bigger and better. And did I say bigger? Holy crap, this game is huge. It seems like they have at least doubled the size of each of the maps compared to what I saw in Worlds, with the total amount of explorable space that's on display. Now that said, no, I don't know the exact square kilometer measurements. It feels significantly larger to me, and that's even taking into consideration that you are traveling much faster at a baseline with this amount. So there are 4 initial zones as you play through the campaign, in which they have already revealed prior to the game coming out. Those are the Windward Plains, the Scarlet Forest, the Oil Basin, the Cliffs. Each of these visually distinct areas. The names pretty much tell you exactly what you need to know about what sort of flora and fauna and environment you should expect in each of these areas. Now there is actually a 5th main zone as well that gets unlocked as you get closer to reaching endgame, but I'm not going to spoil that for you here. I will also add that there's a couple of like story-specific areas as well as an arena equivalent solely for the purpose, like it has been in other Monster Hunter games, of fighting monsters in a small enclosed space. And honestly, I mean, this feels about as close to a Monster Hunter Online as we're likely to get from any game in the not too distant future, and I am all here for it. And I know this isn't an MMO by any stretch of the imagination. I'm just talking about like the big, huge explorable spaces, the variety of stuff in here, and there is some shared world stuff, at least in the base camps or the towns that are found in each of the zones. You're going to see other players running around, and it's all incredibly immersive as well. For one, thanks to the fact that you can now freely come and go between town and the map, the rest of the map itself, with no loading screen. It just makes the whole place basically very immersive. They've also built in just like such a realistic feeling ecosystem with a variety of different animal life present, and the fact that they interact with each other with these prey and predator relationships. Territory wars are back, where you will see 2 massive monsters going at it, and this can and does often happen while you're in the middle of a hunt. You're just gonna, like, you'll be hunting one monster and then you'll see another huge one swoop in, and they'll fight for a while. You can hack away while trying to avoid them rolling over each other and spitting fireballs and blowing stuff up, trying to do some damage to the target that you're going after. Or you can start attacking the one that came in out of nowhere, and then you basically get a subsequent simultaneously hunt taking place. But on your main target, you can finish straight into the next one after if you do some damage shoots. It's all really cool, very impressive, and alive and feeling the space. Another big thing that also adds to the immersion that I've just adored is the names of seasons. So every single zone in the game goes through a cycle of seasonal changes. As the baseline, it's what is called fallow, and here the landscape will be more barren. There are going to be fewer creatures, and resources will be generally scarce. Then there is a transitional period where some sort of event happens. That'll be like the massive dust lightning storm that you saw in the beta, or there in the forest, there's like these huge torrential downpours that happen. Some big environmental event will take place, and this acts as a transition into the season of plenty, where there's going to be abundant plant and wildlife, and things are thriving, and new monsters roll in. In fact, yes, because beyond the visual changes between the seasons, you're going to see entirely different groups of monsters that aren't present in certain seasons but show up in others. You'll see things like pack-ants in each region. You'll see groups of endemic life all of a sudden have offspring that's going to be following them around. It's just like, again, they've built such a realistic and immersive ecosystem. It's unbelievable. The game is also also really charming. There's just so much character here, especially with like the supporting NPCs, your Palico companions, and all of their friends, as well as the various other factions of creatures and people that you meet along the way. There's also a lot of little touches that I find really appealing. So take something as simple as mining ore. You know, in most games, you hit a node a few times and then you collect the resources, the iron or whatever it is. But in Wilds, you actually strike the ore, which then breaks it into bits, and then you can see your character individually picking up those shards with their hands and putting them into their pack. It's a tiny detail, but that's the kind of thing that they do so well in this game. Some other examples, like when you harvest certain bugs in the environment, you actually grab the bug physically and you shake them a few times, depositing whatever their oils are into a tube, and then you put that tube in your belt and you release them to fly away. Or the cooking cutscenes. I mean, they're so good. There's really nothing else to say. Like, look at these things. They're unbelievable. And then finally in my list of pros are a bunch of these small but welcome quality of life changes we got, like the fact that traps and barrels can now be picked up after they've been deployed and barrels can be thrown at targets, the ability to skip the 60-second timer at the end of a hunt, the fact that you've got 8 radial menus instead of the previous 4. Buffs and debuffs will now have a 20-second timer when they are about to expire, and then weapon sharpening now ticks up throughout the course of the animation rather than happening entirely when the animation ends. So if you get interrupted or if you cancel it, at least you get some sharpening out of it. Lots of stuff in addition to all the other quality of life stuff that we mentioned prior. All right, so now I'd like to move on to the cons, and as much as I enjoy this game, there's a few things I want to note. For starters, let's talk about performance. So for me, not been an issue. I have not been impacted at all. In fact, the game's been running nearly perfectly in my entire many hours that I've sunk already. But prior to release, I have seen enough of a fuss online that there's clearly some percentage of players who have been experiencing poor performance with the preview build that we all had access to in the betas or tests or whatever they called them. And beyond all of those people who had issues in the early trial for the game, we have seen many reports of the review build from players who had performance problems as well. Digital Foundry, the folks who notoriously run thorough performance testing for any and all games they get their hands on, they did not receive a PC copy of the game from Capcom, only getting review codes to test for the console iterations. Not a great sign, and when it comes to Capcom's level of confidence in their PC iteration, and 4% console versions, the tests did run on both PlayStation and Xbox. The TLDR of that was that performance wasn't very good, and the game's visual quality was rather lacking to boot. That is a poor combination of things, less than a stellar assessment. And then if you look through any number of the major outlets out there who did get to play and test the PC versions, a lot of them also reported inconsistent, if not downright poor performance. Now, I will reiterate that my performance was totally fine. Like, I don't recall any major significant instances of frame rate dropping to a noticeable degree, but thus is the nature of PC gaming. Lots of different hardware configurations, there are many variables, and as such, a lot of different experiences. Mine was fine, but you may very well have poor performance, as other people seemingly have. A lot of the game is still very convoluted. There's just a lot going on, and it can be incredibly overwhelming. In particular, I can imagine for new players, the fact that I have a few hundred hours in World, and I find myself confused every so often throughout the course of playing the game. Yeah, there's just a lot of layers, and part of it is depth, but I think there could be it could be better presented to players, and there could be better onboarding to a lot of these systems, because especially with the vast quantity of consumables and ammo types and resources, it's just a lot to have to filter through if you're just starting the series for the first time. I would also say the UI and the user experience bothered me on several occasions. Namely, there's just a few too many steps and click-through menus and confirmations required on a regular basis while playing. I would say my biggest annoyance is while out hunting, pulling resources from a range with my slinger, I would be constantly having to do this 4-button press tango with my hunter because their pouch was full. So I would go to pick up an item, you know, some herb or ore or whatever in the environment. I'd go to pick it up, and then a menu screen would pop up, and I would get this notice, hey, your item pouch is full, please choose an item to swap out. And then I would either have to choose an item that I want to get rid of and to replace it with a new one, or if I don't want to swap it out, which for the most part I wouldn't because my item pouch was full with all of the items that I know that I want to carry around with me while on a hunt, I would then get a notice when I back out of that my item pouch is full, and do I want to now send it to my field pouch instead? And then I would have to hit another button to confirm. So the process is press a button to pull the resource, a menu pops up, I get a notice that I have to press a button to click through, and then I have to choose to swap out or back out if I don't want to swap out, which I didn't. That would then give me another notice this, which I would then have to confirm via an additional button press. Like, holy crap, it's ridiculous. If my pouch is full, just automatically send the item to my field pouch. This is happening constantly while I'm out exploring or hunting. Anytime I try to pick up like 50% of the items in the environment, it's super annoying. Why is this so difficult? I don't understand. Multiplayer. Man, you know, it's better than it was in World, but it's still not great, especially when it comes to going through the main campaign missions, which, mind you, will be a good chunk of your, you know, first 10, 20, 30 hours of playing. You'll be going through doing these story campaign missions, and if you were hoping to do that with a friend, let me just tell you, it's still a hassle. It's not as bad as it used to be, but there's still, again, way too many steps. They should absolutely improve this. Let's not kid ourselves here. I know we love Glaze and Monster Hunter. I'm all about it. I think this series is great. I think this game is great, but why is this so difficult? I don't understand. Just let me invite a friend with one simple social menu option. Pull up the social menu, there's my friend, put him in my party, and then just let us play together. I don't need to be bouncing around. I don't need to be going through all these different menus, finding the lobby, and then linking up, and then having to go through an environmental link, and then having to make sure we're on the same quest progression. Like, we should be able to just be in a group and do whatever we want together. It's really that. I don't know why. Maybe there's some great defense, and I'm sure I'm going to hear it in the comments, but I don't know why the multiplayer is still, as much as it has improved, it's less annoying than it was in World. They've made some quality of life adjustments here, but not enough, in my opinion. Multiplayer should be, there's my friend, invite my friend, we play together. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all we gotta do. That should be it, really, honestly. Now, I also wanted to briefly touch on the game's difficulty. During my playthrough for this review, frankly, I didn't much think about it. But looking back now, I would agree with all the people who were saying that the game appears to be on the easier side. In my mind, the overall lack of challenge, I simply chalked up to my increased hunting ability. I just thought I had gotten better, or maybe because I had swapped from playing the Greatsword in World to trying the Hammer in Wilds. I don't know, dude. I just thought I got better at the game. But there are lots of Monster Hunter veterans and mega fans out there, people who reviewed the game, more familiar with the franchise than I am. They are saying compared to prior games, this one is on the far easier side, leading up and into the end game. So I guess I'm still bad. I don't know, but I wanted to bring up the difficulty discussion because a lot of people have been mentioning it. All right, and then the last con that I want to bring up isn't really a complaint about Wilds in a direct sense, but I will say that while playing this game, it kind of had me daydreaming about what could be if there was even more to the game beyond the monster hunting. That's the entire, it's the name of the game, it's the entire point of the game, and this genre, I get it. But I would love one day, pipe dream here, if we had a game with as much rich depth and interesting combat that we get in Monster Hunter, but that was also in a world that was a bit more fleshed out with activities and things to do. Again, imagine a Monster Hunter MMO where you've got all this great stuff that Monster Hunter has, but there's also a big, seamless open world with points of interest. You go in, you do some stuff. You've got dungeons and raids that you could group up with people, although grouping up, you know, we just talked about how difficult that is. This isn't a con necessarily about Wilds. It just, playing this game just, again, had me dreaming of the day where we get Monster Hunter-style combat and immersion and great complexity and depth and progression to the combat and the hunting element, but then also like an MMO, right? One day, maybe? No? Screw me, screw you, Dennis. No, never gonna happen. All right, so there you go. That is my review of Monster Hunter Wilds. The TLDR here is, I think this is a very, very, very good monster hunting game. Easily, again, a contender for my game of the year. I'm gonna probably be playing this more than I played World, and I played a lot of World. From the increase in size to the additional endgame monster variations, the just overall grandiosity of the whole, is that a word? How everything's big. All the quality of life improvements, the additional combat mechanics and weapon moves. It's just, this game is great. It's World, but better in my opinion. There's a lot to experience here, and as of this review, I still feel like I've only really gotten started. I do have some criticisms as we went over, but overall, easy recommendation from me. No questions asked. If you're even remotely interested or have ever enjoyed the monster hunting genre, this is about as good as it gets. You know, barring, like, I don't know how, maybe 50% of people have, like, terrible performance. I didn't have terrible performance. It's the problem. It's not like the consoles are all on the same hardware, right? Like, there's big variability, but my performance is fine. I hope everyone else's performance is good too. But the game itself, really, really phenomenal. I really love it. That's it for today. Thank you for watching the review. Hope you enjoyed. I'll see you all next time. Take care.
It's finally releasing, but there's a lot of stuff you are not going to know unless you watch this video. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, 10 things Monster Hunter Wilds doesn't tell you. Starting off with number 10, we're going to tell you how capturing monsters can be made easy. It takes a long time before Wilds actually explains how to catch monsters rather than just kill them. I mean, seriously, they don't give you a mission to actually catch anything until after the credits roll. That's how long it takes. There's nothing stopping you from doing it, though. It works exactly the same way it did back in World. You wait until a monster is almost dead, and then you slap down a pitfall trap or a shock trap. Then, when they're caught, you stand next to them and throw down 2 or 3 trank bombs. For most of Monster Hunter's history, the actual mechanics of a monster being captured have been pretty vague. You just kind of have had time. But with Wilds, they might be simplified by just straight up telling you when a monster is ready to spawn. I don't mean like inconsistent shapes or caliber. Communicating over. If you require docking access. Capture a monster. However, it's still a little docking request accepted. A landing pattern has been assigned to you, Commander. Next to the monster's icon on the mini-map. And that tells you that they're about dead. Once the skull is there, trank bombs will work. I've tested it pretty thoroughly, and I can pretty confidently say that if you see that skull, you will always capture the monster. In fact, the only times it doesn't work is when you're on a mission that does not let you capture anything. Usually the clue that you can only kill a beast on the mission you're on is in the quest description. If it says slay something, then capture it will probably disable. With Wilds, the rewards you get for capturing a monster aren't as high as with World, but it's still worth capturing over killing because there's a higher chance of getting rare materials, and also it just speeds up hunts in general. It's not 100% rewards aren't significantly better, but especially anything that's faster is enough to make capturing worth the extra resources that it takes to pull off. Because sometimes, I mean, there's some saws. Not going to get spoilery, but there are a few.
Yeah, right on target.
And number 9, sleeping herbs are going to be a problem, so here's where to get them. If there's going to be a one bottleneck to your capturing, it's going to be sleeping herbs. Stuff to make traps, plentiful, fine. Making trank bombs, however, a lot tougher, especially because in Wilds there's just no cultivation center or farm. You can't just automatically generate a ton of sleeping herbs. You have to go out into the world to find them this time around, and they're bizarrely rare. There's certain areas where they just flat out don't show up. My suggestion is to start looking for them early because you're eventually going to need a lot of them. The easiest and earliest place to farm these things is in the first area of the game, the Windward Plains. You can find 3 sleeping herbs in those
Release. The launch underway.
So locations of these things never change and they respawn after 15 in-game minutes, so it's easy to just keep coming back to the spot and collecting. The ice shard cliffs. They're spread out all over the place, but there's a lot of them there. It's the one location you spend the least amount of time in the game. There's so many there, but take a minute to look around. There is a lot of them. And number 8, when a monster grabs you, shoot it in the face. The name of this point 8, when a monster grabs you, shoot it in the face. It says it all. There are a few monsters that have grab attacks that can do devastating damage if you don't interrupt them. And in the chaos of the moment, it might seem like there's nothing you can do, but there is actually an effective counter for these attacks. Shoot them in the face. Don't bother trying to use your knife. It is mostly ineffective. Shooting is what actually works. I want to imprint this on you. Have some slinger ammo. So always try to have something loaded in your slinger, just in case a monster tries to grab you. It's the only real way to avoid damage to a monster or counterattack. So as long as you're prepared, these attacks can be completely neutralized. It does unlock some extra function that your helper will perform during a battle, and they're all pretty helpful to some degree. The best is saved for the fourth request, where they just want to go on a hunt because they want to show off their
Prototype put together. And it's my best work yet. Probably. See, I still haven't had a chance to try it in combat. A new quest just got added. Can we go test it out?
It's a relatively easy mission that unlocks a crazy useful tool randomly from now on to just get you free material off the monster. The plunder room. By the time you unlock this thing, materials get quite a bit stingier. You need more of them, and they're hard to get, so any extra assistance is appreciated. You don't have to do anything. It requires no extra effort after unlocking. It's just a thing that the Palico does from now on. And wow, is that useful to have.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
At number 6, there's more easy sources of damage in Wild, so you should use those. These games keep finding more and more ways to make hunts easier, and you really should take advantage of them. There's these environmental traps all over the place that can do a lot of free damage. Monsters sometimes drop slinger ammo when they're damaged, and that can be highly powerful. There's ways to call in hunter assists from your allies that can do a lot of free damage or just stun a monster for a long time. All this stuff's super useful, but one of the oldest tricks in the book is still one of the best. Jumping on a monster's back. It is as exploitable as it's ever been, and it's just as much fun to do. Just lure a monster over to a spot with a ledge, and then jump on them. You do a lot of free damage and stun them for a while in the process. It's as effective here as it was in World, and if anything, it's actually even easier to exploit. At number 5, you need mandragoras. These mushrooms are some of the rarest and most sought after crafting materials in the game. They're required to make max potions and ancient potions. Like I mentioned above, there's no easy way to get stuff like this anymore, so you have to go out in the world and find it. In Wilds, your map is the best way to hunt these down. Just enter a region, open the map, scan around for any brown mushroom symbols you can find. Those are mandragoras. One easy one to farm early on is the Windward Plains, right next to the campsite in Area 3. Just teleport there occasionally to grab a free unlike Sleeping, mandragoras are everywhere, but they're usually in a section of the map. The one area where you'll find them kind of plentifully is the 5th and final region of the game. There's a large amount of these things there, so that's your best place to go if you really want to load up on max potions. Just look around a little. There's a few little secret areas where they're hidden away. Find those, and you'll be set for the late game. And number 4, collect as much stuff as you possibly can. I'm not talking about materials like plants and stuff like that. Yeah, you should be grabbing that, to be clear, but you already know that. It's obvious. I shouldn't make a point of that. What I really mean for this one is just all the other stuff. All the random artifacts and geological features that don't get you materials, but they do get you guild points. Basically, if there's a question mark next to it or it just doesn't show up on the map at all, you want to grab it. At first, it might seem pointless because there's very little to actually spend guild points on, but by the late game, after the first set of credits roll, guild points get a whole lot more important. They're used to rest, which lets you change the time of day and the weather conditions of an area. Campsites, and most importantly, you spend guild points to buy items at the supply ship. Now let's just go ahead and say it. The supply ship is amazing. It sells just items, materials, even weapons. It's great, and you really should just buy everything every time the supply ship drops a new product. Do it. So while in the first half of the game, guild points are mostly worthless, by the second half, they're really useful, so the more you have, the better. Why not? Moving on to number 3, fishing the easy way. Sure, you can sit around like a jump
Proceed to your designated path, Commander.
trying to figure out which lure to use.
Accepted.
Or you can do the easy way. Just whip out the capture net, equip it, and start blasting. Now you're catching fish by the boatload.
Researching endemic life is part of the hunter's duty, you know?
It's so much easier and faster than catching fish the normal way. way. There's no reason not to do it. The only downside is sometimes fish are too far away to catch with a net. As long as you can get close enough to them, though, just use a net. And it works underwater too, so any area where you can swim, get the net out, and start grabbing fish. It gets you a ton of guild points and also useful resources for making ammo. Occasionally the scales can sharpen weapons faster. There's no reason not to do it. And number 2 is unlocking material retrieval. You know how I mentioned there's no free ride for items in the wilds? Well, there actually is. It's just closer to something like the Palico Expeditions in Rise. And if you manage to make friends with the people in the village, they'll offer to
Docking accomplished. Engines shutting down. Welcome, Commander.
You need to complete side quests for the village to unlock this feature, but don't skip it. It's a useful tool. There's certain items you're going to want to get with minimal effort, and this is the way to get them. Depending on the rarity of what you're looking for, the chances of actually getting stuff does go down, but just having the opportunity to passively get extra materials, it's kind of too useful to pass up. I don't know why you wouldn't do this. It's not like you get nothing for doing the side quests. You get this, so do them, and then do this.
That's all I can give you right now. Tell me if there's anything you want.
And finally, at number 1, equipping the specimen jewel to harvest from small bugs. If you want to craft some pretty sick bug armor, you'll find that all these stupid bugs keep exploding into nothingness, and that way you can't really carve it for materials. So what are you supposed to do? There's 2 options. Either use an extremely weak weapon, which is annoying as hell to do and not worth the effort, or equip a special jewel onto your armor or weapons called the Specimen Jewel, which makes it so when you kill any bug enemies, they don't just explode into gore, and instead leave nice, pristine corpses to carve out for their precious materials. There's no surefire way to get one of these jewels. They're just a random drop so far as tips go. I guess this isn't the most helpful you're going to find. I did think I would mention it because harvesting bugs in these games is always so annoying. So, I gotta say, it's nice they did include a jewel that makes carving these creatures a little more consistent. A lot of C's in that sentence, like if you like the letter C. Speaking of C, it doesn't just give you a chance, which starts with the C, of a bug corpse being left behind like in World. Even the level 1 specimen jewel guarantees that when you kill a bug, there will be a body and some materials to carve. So if you get one, hold on to it, at least until you got all the bug armor unlocked. But why not forever? I don't know. And that's actually all we've got for you today.